Will you follow me when the sky starts to change? Yeah, we won't be afraid. We'll never be the same again.
Will everybody. Welcome to Grappling with the Week. We have a special show tonight. Hopefully, you weebs are doing all right on this week. So, normally, this is the show where we talk about the hottest things in wrestling coming from news, articles, interviews, whatever have you. Usually we try to cover the grand scheme of professional wrestling from like NXT to AEW, but again, we've got a big weekend ahead of us. We've got WrestleMania 41 on the horizon. This is the biggest topic, the biggest news to ever hit our screens this weekend. So welcome all of you old heads out there who, come to our streams and enjoy our talks and all that. So welcome back to the show. If you're new here, well, welcome as always. We're a very good, humble group of weebs. I, of course, am your world champion, Watkins, here to help guide us through these wonderful wrestling events, these wonderful stories that we keep going through. And as always, I am never alone in this endeavor, for there are two lovely gentlemen above me. First, as always, to my right, he is the visionary. He is the revolutionary. He is probably the most positive person on this podcast when it comes to anything we ever want to talk about. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and children of the aisles, welcome to the stand, Legend D Vash. Vash, how are you doing tonight?
I am having a good time, chat. I don't know if Watkins will see what I was doing above him the whole time, but
I was not.
That's why
he was not.
That's why I kept cracking up. That's why I kept cracking up, because I'm looking at his screen. He keeps flashing back and forth.
As you can see, Chad, we're excited for WrestleMania weekend because you know why? This is our second coverage. Is your boy, the legendary D Vash, Humanoid Typhoon, or as I am also known in this show, the visionary, the Messiah, Legend D Vash, and I'm glad to be here. We talk about WrestleMania 41. I've been on this journey since WrestleMania 39. Now we're here on 41, doing content since 40 to here. It's fucking a good time. I can't wait until we are officially there as doing press in the future, or actually there, experiencing, and then we'd run to the hotel, or we would probably run back to the press room, ask those questions to the next superstars that's holding the title. I'm excited. You guys are going to see a whole good vibe of coverage, predictions, and a few rants, maybe a few debates, because we put our choices already. There's a few that were on the same page. There's a few of us that's 2 against 1, so it's gonna be very interesting. It's a fucking good time.
Yeah, someone's gonna have to explain their reasoning for one of them. But yes, as always though, besides Vash, the positive one here, we've got the one who helps us, process these stories going forward, the man to kind of help us, understand the stories going on and maybe make some sense light, if you will, with some of these feuds and all that. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and children of the aisles, welcome to the ring, the genius of the mat. Drop this box. Drop, how you doing tonight?
Doing pretty good. I was able to get a lot of stuff done this week. I was able to catch up to
hell yeah,
all the manga that I was like 20 or so chapters behind, so that's a good start. But like we referenced earlier in the week, this is going to be a pretty big week for us because we have 5 streams planned, one that's knocked out, one that we're doing today, and then Friday, and then those 2 nights of WrestleMania. So it's going to be a very fun show.
Yes, it is. And to catch all those streams, go ahead.
Oh, we were both doing the same thing.
Oh, look at us! The connection right there. What? Great minds think alike.
So while Watkins tells us where you can see where, I was gonna tell you that me and Drop This Box made a decision today to add on top of our coverage. We're gonna be doing a stand and deliver NXT coverage on our twitch.tv/Animal Studio on that. So if you guys want to check out stand deliver NXT coverage, we won't be doing probably a coverage of like after show. We'll be giving our reaction, our thoughts. Maybe I'll do like a YouTube version after as a VOD just to keep that. But you guys could check it out on listed events in the future. But where else were you gonna plug them in, Watkins?
Oh, don't worry. I was just going to let everybody know what we're going to be doing this weekend. So as you heard, Vash and Drop will be doing NXT Stand and Deliver on Saturday. Tomorrow is going to be our usual SmackDown coverage. So we'll talk a little bit about SmackDown and all that, give our thoughts going into WrestleMania after everything. Saturday
We're not
night.
doing Hall of Fame, chat. We're not doing Hall of Fame. We're not.
Yeah, we're not doing Hall of Fame.
No, we're not. Sorry.
Yeah.
No.
We might check out on our own on Discord the Triple H.
Yeah.
Probably introductory since he's most likely first. After that,
Yeah.
we're going to sleep.
Exactly. So yeah, and like I said, Saturday during the afternoon, gonna be Stand and Deliver with Drop and Vash. Sunday night for WrestleMania Night 1, sidecast over on Twitch with me and Vash. It's gonna, if you guys were there for not only Elimination Chamber but Royal Rumble, you're in for a damn good time, because oh boy, those are some fun nights.
We might crash out for one of them for sure. It's certain somebody wins. Woo!
Yeah, there might be some crashing out. There might be some sponsorships from Novocaine. You know, who knows? Well, you'll have to tune in to find out. And of course, we'll have our post show for night 1 after all of that. So it's going to be a late night on Saturday. For Sunday, same deal as always. We're going to have the sidecast on Twitch, the normal after party, if you will, for night 2 here on YouTube. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be great. And of course, Raw after Mania, we'll have our normal sidecast and our post show after that. So
as well for Raw next week. So that's also exciting. And if you're a big fan of One Piece and Ranger Reject, go check out the Vault channel for us there as well. So we're busy this Sunday, this weekend.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we're busy the next few days. It's gonna be hell of a fun. But enough of shilling our own content, enough of promotion and all that. Let's get into this discussion, okay? Because besides the matches going on, we should probably talk about this build for WrestleMania, because this has been like a big topic ever since the Royal Rumble, ever since Jey Uso even won the Royal Rumble. Like, people have kind of felt let down with this WrestleMania build, especially compared to last year. But like, I don't want to just think about last year's build. There have been other builds that we've had to WrestleMania and all that. Some have been lackluster, and some of them have been pretty damn good. So let's start with this, because like, again, a lot of the online discussion has been about the lack of a build for a lot of these shows, or like a lack of build, or like not great build for some of these matches, or just this overall feeling of like something feels off with the build, whether it's just from them caring too much about like the Cody John Cena thing, or that not living up to expectations, things like that, things like the whole Tiffany Charlotte kind of beef that might be going on, even some of these like later matches that got added in, like New Day versus the War Raiders for the tag titles. The fact that we're not getting any of the newly women's mid-card titles on WrestleMania at all this year is kind of weird. But I want to bring it up to you guys first. Vash, I'll start with you. We'll start a little bit more positive, hopefully. How have you felt about this WrestleMania build, and just any of the discourse that you've seen this past like few months with it, and just, I guess, compared to your own experience with WrestleMania builds, like how do you feel about the build to WrestleMania 41?
So, hi everyone. If this is your first time watching Weebs with Ring in the last few months and everything, I've returned to watching WWE in the recent years back in WrestleMania 39. I took a break since 2014, 2016 around there. So I have heard glimpses, things that has happened throughout the years, the pandemic stuff and everything else. But jumping back in and seeing Cody, how he has reinvented himself, coming back into the company and being such a crucial part to the success into what it is now, even Roman Reigns, the Bloodline, and everything else. What was last year WrestleMania build 40, and that fell over from 39 to 40, it was accidental and made by the fans. When I say this, it's because if we want Cody chance, we got a fuck you Rock literally in 2025, sorry, in 2024. We never thought we would. We got a new character from The Rock called the Final Boss because he joined the board of directors. So we got many things that was unplanned, when even Triple H said it last year and again this year that he had the WrestleMania planned since October, November. Can all those things be factual? Could be. Could he just be lying off his ass just for the marketing, just for the hype? Could be. But when I say that, it's because this WrestleMania build, no matter what, it was a lose way. because you had the accidental, the Cody, the things that people say, the cinema that happened last year, the Solo, the John Cena, the Undertaker, everything coming out for a reason. Jimmy, going on the ramp and then falling on the tables on the side. Everything had a story. Seth hitting with a chair, and then Roman actually choosing. All those things had a point to the story in cinema. Now, a year later, we have that organic story now. We have where Triple H comes to his booking without any interference, and also having The Rock now playing a crucial part where everyone is questioning now every year now. When is The Rock going to be joining? What's The Rock going to do? The scheduling. The Rock and Roman, is that still going to hard of what's factual of what's being told from Triple H or what's being told by the people behind as Triple H, The Rock, Nick Khan, all these people that they're trying to fit scheduling? Like, for example, some people has complaints of John Cena booking, since how's he going to be the heel or the champion after this, but then you don't have him actually appear every week, or his scheduling only shows he's here after WrestleMania 1 week and then gone onto Backlash. How can you have that when we were complaining for Roman Reigns for 4 years that, hey, he's a part-timer? So you got to find your place, your middle ground as a fan, or as some of us that are content creators for the product as well. Or as Nick Khan will call it, that, hey, guys, you got to just be fans and enjoy the product for what it is. Out there, I'm like, so you cannot do the same thing for movies, anime, manga, books, and everything else. Where's the critique? So that's my long version of opening the groundwork of how I'm feeling about this build so far. At the end of the day, it was a lose-lose no matter how you get it from the Triple H standpoint when it comes to booking, because you're having a lot of players in the field and a lot of people being released now. So right now, they're trying to grab their booking. I feel like I will have a better answer next year when we come to our next type of prediction show, because we could compare from an accidental to an actual type of direction. So now, which one can we compare it to? The accidental and where he planned it. Was it always him? Was he at fault? Or was, I believe, Steve Austin or one of those old wrestlers saying that Triple H don't know how to book? I forgot who it was that said it. But yeah, so that's my long answer.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to transition to you. Same question. How have you felt about the build for WrestleMania 41? Based off of any online discussion you've seen, your feelings from like years past and all that. Even from like the talent too, who said things like Vash had mentioned, Nick Khan just being like, "Oh, just shut up and watch," or Triple H saying, "Oh, the critics need to just shut up and watch," like things like that. So, talk to me. How have you felt about the WrestleMania build this year?
So, when it comes to my perspective with everything that's currently going on in the world of WWE, I'm going to come out and say it just like Vash said. The stuff with Cody last year was huge. And I get the whole thing where it's like, oh yeah, I want to top WrestleMania 40. You should have that energy because you should always want to top whatever you did before, because that's how it is. When you really want to just keep going harder and harder and harder, I get that you want to have that sort of mindset, but it's really hard because that was a special moment. And like Vash said, we created that moment. It was honestly going down a completely different direction where Cody won the Rumble. We didn't know what was going on there after The Rock showed up. And if the whole "we want Cody" movement never happened, The Rock versus Roman Reigns was going to happen. And then Cody probably would have gotten Seth or something. And if he won the title that way, I mean, you really wouldn't be finishing the story because that wasn't the right title to finish the story.
Yeah.
So it's like we created that. We made it special. We put Cody on this pedestal that he is now. I mean, we never expected The Rock to turn heel. We never expected John Cena to turn heel. It's because of this very man that we got all these great things. So I am very happy with a lot of the work that we put towards where we are right now. But again, it's really hard to top everything that we had right there. And looking how everything laid out here, just looking at what happened earlier in the year when we were talking about the Royal Rumble, I'll admit I didn't really know who was going to win the men. I think I was sold on Punk winning it, and then a lot of us wanted Io at that time, and then it went down a different direction. Jey Uso, okay, kind of like that, capitalizing on this guy. He's hot in the company right now because that's a rare move. WWE normally doesn't make that move. They don't normally do stuff like that. I mean, look at people back then when it came to Daniel Bryan and Kofi Kingston. You really had to get the crowd behind that to really achieve something like that. So I was actually applauding them for an unpredictable route with that. The Charlotte Flair thing, I mean, we're going to be talking about her a lot within this video itself, but basically just giving my thoughts, honestly. I mean, I wasn't really a biggest fan of that outcome. Kind of didn't really like how she just went away and came back and just got handed like the golden ticket to Willy Wonka's chocolate factory. And you could clearly tell, you know, just looking how everything is being shown between these different feuds, it's like they favor certain ones over the other, where you feel like, you know, since this is Tiffany Stratton versus Charlotte Flair, oh my God, upcoming star, veteran, we need to put extra focus on there. But no, it just seems like just a whole bunch of things just being thrown at walls, and if it sticks, it sticks. And if it doesn't, we throw something else to see if that sticks too. It just it doesn't have that same energy, like Cody getting beaten up by The Rock, adding to that whole entire environment with the raining and everything like that. I mean, I feel like the only moment we really got to that level was probably with the Gunther and Jay stuff that we got this year. That's honestly like the closest we really got to really show the intensity of a feud. It just seems like they're not really putting in much effort, and it's starting to make me think, are they too comfortable to where they are? And what I mean by that is, like, are they just too comfortable where they're like, oh, we can put anything out, people are gonna buy it? I mean, even when it comes to the comments of the press, you know, just watch it. Oh, we're selling out this, we're selling out that. I mean, if I'm gonna go to a movie, I want to make sure I'm enjoying it. I don't want to, like, you know, just watch the movie and it could be total shit, and I could be like, oh my God, that was a great movie. Let me go on my Letterbox or whatever, my IMDb, and put a 10 out of 10 for that, just because you want me to, just because you gave me Super Mario Bros. Poster so I can hang up on my wall. You want me to give that a 10 out of 10 rating, or you gave me extra butter on my popcorn. You want it to be a good rating for me. Like, no, I can't do that. Like, it's hard for me to lie, because then I'm not myself. So it doesn't have that same energy. And you even saw, for people that have been following us, so we thank you for all the support that you guys give us, but you even seen all of our thoughts when it comes to our shows. Like me and Watkins, sometimes when Vash isn't here, and even when Vash is here, sometimes when we're covering SmackDown, it's hard for me and Watkins to get through it because there really isn't much to talk about. And we shouldn't have to rely on Cody being there to really stir up the pot, or something to happen with Jacob Fatu to really get things going. You should put all this care into things. Even with the mid-card championships, you pretty much advertise them as being the next step for the women's revolution. Why aren't they on the title? Why aren't they on Mania build? It just seems like a part of me's thinking, was this the initial plan? How we have everything setting up to here? Besides a few things like the Jey Uso thing, I feel like that probably was the plan. But I'm starting to make me think, was this the card that Triple H envisioned back in October or November, or was there a couple of changes in between? Because we even saw perfect things like, oh, okay, Io and Rhea, makes sense how it was set up. Okay, now it's like a triple threat with her, Bianca, and all that. It just seems like, it's almost like you're playing that game where you got like the little thing where it's like you got the black hat, you got a whole bunch of little tickets in there, and you just point things out, and you just grab things out, and you just go off whatever it is, and you're trying to build 7 matches per night. It's like, okay, whenever we pull out the hat, we'll do this. Wherever we pull out the hat, we'll do that. We'll pull over the hat, this is our night 1 main event. Where we pull out the hat, this is our night 2 main event. Like, what's really going on here? Like, it just makes me feel like, you know, the money is getting to them so much. And I love WWE. I've been a fan ever since I was a little boy. So I'm not saying I'm going to stop watching the product, but it just makes me feel like, you know, since they're so hot right now, they're just putting things out there and they know they're going to eat it up. I mean, you see people complaining about the ticket sales and everything like that. I mean, not everybody...
They're still selling out.
Yeah. And it's like, oh yeah, as long as they're selling out, that's fine. It's like, oh, so I don't have to give up an arm or a lung or anything to afford these tickets?
What sucks is that that's the disconnect. As somebody who's been a fan and I live in New York and they come on Raw in Madison Square Garden or the Barclays Center, and that's the disconnect where the ticket now, even for nosebleed tickets up in the air and still costing $120, I'm like, No, it should cost like a good 60, 80. So if I want to just still experience it, even if they look like ants to me, I just want to still experience it, knowing that I'm there. I was there that night, even though I'm so far. And it just sucks how they just say like, hey, fans, should come. But then we see Raw on Netflix. We see like 20 celebrities just getting a whole showcase during commercials or in there. I'm like, but are they actual fans? Like, yeah, we know the actual real ones, like a boy. Like a
Macaulay
boy from Home
Culkin.
Alone. Yeah,
Macaulay
like Hogan.
Culkin,
Like,
yeah,
we
he's
know
been there since-
he's been there since a kid.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
Home Alone days.
Yeah, so like we know you're
Exactly.
a fan. And a few others is obvious, but like Fluffy. So like when it comes to like the build and the promotion, they're getting too mainstream. But I
Yeah.
hope in the future Triple H understands that like your core audience, don't lose them, because they're the ones
Yeah.
that literally buy you the merch, buy you the toys and everything. Don't have a fucking Triple H Hall of Fame edition fucking belt costing $850, looking like ass cheeks and costing $850. Yo, put it as 300, 400. What fan can spend $800 as a fan of Triple H
In
in
one
this
setting.
economy?
Yeah, look at the fucking Nintendo Switch 2 for crying out loud, and you want us to buy a Triple H belt. You want us to buy a Triple H belt for $850.
A belt? Bro,
Yeah.
that belt could already buy 2 Switches and maybe 2 PlayStations and 2 Xbox. Maybe,
Yeah.
perhaps.
Yeah.
Maybe. Oh man. Was there anything else you wanted to hit on, Drop, before I gave my thoughts, my humble opinions?
Honestly, like that little tangent that I had, I feel like is enough. I feel like I really want to save my energy when it comes to like just our overall predictions, because I feel like that's when I could really get into where I want to be for the show when it comes to basically like our overall thoughts on those builds and what we personally see winning with the outcomes.
Yeah, and I mean, I'll keep mine relatively short because I pretty much agree with you guys on a lot of aspects with it. Like, there's just something very weird, and I mean, honestly, I am gonna point fingers. A lot of this kind of started when Netflix started becoming more of a thing. Like, I remember back in, I think it was December time, when we had like the build up for the first Raw on Netflix and all that. It was like, I remember even pointing out, okay, why is Gunther starting to become an afterthought when he's your main champion on your show that's going to this platform? You're starting to
did not
build.
see him as a main event, and I hated that.
Yeah. So like, and I mean, again, I hate pointing fingers, but I am going to point it at Netflix because like it's this weird thing where like the product has really become something different, and in some aspects it's been really good. The production value has been really good. The money that they're making is obviously really good for them, and there are some matches, some writing that has been really good. But as you'll see when we talk about some of the builds for some of these matches, it could have been a lot better. Like, it's literally Pedro Pascal from that Wonder Woman movie. It's good, but it can be better. Like, and I think Netflix has a lot to do with that. As much as they want to say, oh yeah, Netflix doesn't have anything involved in creative. Really? Really? You're going to sit there and tell me that? I don't believe it when you have some of their Netflix actors getting involved in some segments.
Yeah.
Like some of them are backstage segments. Some of them have been in-ring segments. Like when we get into the AJ Logan Paul build, that involved a Netflix comedian, did it not? We're having a whole roast of WrestleMania after WrestleMania.
Oh God.
By one of their Netflix people, by some comedian who's not funny at all. Like,
no.
And yeah, I will say that even though comedy is subjective, I don't care. That guy's not funny at all.
I agree.
Yeah, it's weird, and I think Netflix is part of that. And they don't want to tell us because that would be admitting that oh, we're in the right. Even though they're the big company that runs everything. Oh, we're in the right to. It's like, are you though? Are you? Because like the storytelling, even from like 2024, before you got into Netflix, you could tell just the difference between then, like just the difference from December to January. You could really tell.
Yeah, don't worry. You're gonna see a Demogorgon on the show one of these days once season 5 gets closer for Stranger Things.
Yeah.
One of the things I will mention is we don't even have Street Profits for this conversation, and I'm gonna mention them later in a few when it comes to our build for the tag team of the War Raiders, because
Ooh,
I would
man.
prefer Street Profits in the WrestleMania highlight. Because Nick Khan, you said that we don't bench people, but then you got the WrestleMania tag team champions be defending on SmackDown WrestleMania weekend, but not an actual WrestleMania roster lineup.
Yep.
Yeah, it's really weird, and I wish I knew. It's one of those things where I wish I could be a fly on the wall,
Agreed.
just to kind of be in that room where it happens. So yeah, that's all I want to really say about the build. Again, the other two kind of hit a lot of the nails in the proverbial coffin on it, but let's kind of back up our points by talking about the card and talking about each match that's going to be happening during WrestleMania, during both nights and all that. We kind of got a different order rather than just going between night one and night two. Kind of build up to these matches and then just kind of fall action throughout the night and all that. So we're actually going to start with a very interesting one. So Randy Orton apparently still has an open challenge going on for WrestleMania. We don't know who his opponent yet because originally he was scheduled to have a grudge match against Kevin Owens, but after, Kevin Owens now has to go get neck surgery and he's going to be out for a long time, that match is not happening now. So Orton, he's supposed to still have a match at WrestleMania. We just don't know against who. So at this point, it's up in the air. Like, they've done a little bit with like teasing a Nick Aldis match, a little bit of teasing, oh, it could be Solo Sikoa. So for this prediction, we're actually going to have like two parts of it. I want to know from you guys, who do you think Orton is going to face at Mania? And who do you think is going to win said match against Orton? So, Vash, go ahead. Who do you think he's going to face? And who do you think will win the match?
When it comes to Nick Aldis being the person to fight, I would have no problem. I would have preferred to see Nick Aldis versus Adam Pearce first, because that would have been more, as anybody that has been a fan of the indies and everything know what those two men have gone through and have done in the indies, work against each other and everything. And it would have been more funny as, managers going one-on-one, and they always have they would tease it back then in 2023, 2024, when they were first both the managers, whenever they were interact, who has the bigger dick energy in the room type of stuff. But then when it came to the build right now for Randy and KO, understandable for anybody that have not seen the interview between Chris Van Light and KO. He already had the neck surgery on April 7th. So, glad and best of health to KO on his recovery journey. And also, to put this on the side, Randy was very nice enough to also recommend him to have a second opinion by his doctor. So that's pretty cool to see, even though it breaks a bit of the kayfabe. But even though you're gonna get neck surgery, here's my little plug. So it's pretty just cool to see that. But who I would like to see? I would like to see Solo over Nick Aldis. Why, you ask? It's because this will give Solo a 1-1 match with Viper, because he will put Solo in the ringer, actually get him to where people could not say take him serious as a main eventer again, because he's been on a main event with Roman, Cody in the past couple, past year, but he's been a bit shunned to the side because of the power of Jacob Fatu and Tamatanga being in a much better mic, promo, and presence. So I feel like if Solo gets that aura or that sharing hockey with Randy, it will spill over. That's my hope, because Roman's not going to be here all the time. Solo needs to pick up the slack, have the family going on, still have their thing. So I feel like it will build that. Would I expect anybody else, like a random person? I would love to say, Andrade, versus Randy. That'd be awesome. I know they'll cook a beautiful match. But I don't really have anybody else. I'll say Solo. I wouldn't mind. Whoever versus Randy, I think Randy will win. That's my choice. That's my winner.
Okay. Perfect. Drop, your turn next. Who do you think is going to end up facing Randy at WrestleMania, and who do you think is going to win the match?
So I feel like a lot of us can agree that Randy, whoever he faces, will win the match, just because Backlash is taking place in his hometown, so he kind of has to carry that momentum into that event. He's on the poster. He's more than likely going to close out that show with whatever he does. So straight off the bat, Randy's winning this match. And I'm honestly going to stick to my guns, and I'm going to say Nick Aldis. Because I could see the whole thing with Solo, and if this keeps Solo away from Jacob Fatu so he can have a moment, that makes me even happier. But the reason why I say Nick Aldis is because I kind of feel like it would be a really special moment for him to make his first appearance in the ring as a, WWE wrestler at WrestleMania, because we had people come back at Mania. We had a lot of special showcases there. And I feel like since it's his first time in the ring, if it happens, it would be a really good feel moment. And plus, there's a little history there between them. They had little things going back and forth when Randy first signed with SmackDown, gave him the RKO, paid the money back, had a little in the back. So if it ever happens again, they can lean towards that. And it's nice that they actually looked back at that little tidbit of their history, and they actually brought it up recently when it came to what Randy did when he gave the RKO to him. And Randy even mentioned him today when he was at like that WWE World thing where he's like, he mentioned something about Nick Aldis, something about an open challenge or whatever. And I'm hoping we find out tomorrow on Friday's show, but if they do wait until WrestleMania and you see Nick Aldis come out, because the guy obviously keeps in shape. You could even tell just by looking at the guy. He's in shape. He's always working out. His wife is a wrestler too. She's always working out, keeping each other in safe. I wouldn't be surprised in the slightest if they work out with one another. But I just feel like Nick Aldis is probably the safe bet, because even if Nick Aldis loses this match, it's not going to affect him. Like, it's really not going to affect him at all whatsoever. So I feel like if you want to have that little moment between him and Randy at Mania, and then Randy can go to John or Cody after WrestleMania to build into Backlash, then you could do that. So I'm just going to say Nick Aldis. I feel like it would be a pretty good moment, because you would hear the music, not know who it is. You see him come out. You're like, okay, this should be interesting. Because I heard a lot of good things about him in his TNA run when he was Magnus. Did a lot of good things. And I know he's a very good wrestler as well. Maybe there's a part of them not wanting to do it because they thought the Kevin Owens thing was going to, go as it is. But obviously things happen. And Kevin Owens is going to have to get surgery and everything, which is fine and understandable. So maybe they don't really have enough time to do that. But I'm just going to stick to my guns and say that, because I don't want to come out and say stuff like Rusev or Malachi Black, because I feel like these people need to have wins when they come back to the company and really rebrand themselves, because this is pretty much their second showing when they come back to the company. And I don't feel like they should go up against Randy Orton, because, Randy can't lose in this match. He needs it going into Backlash. So, Nick Aldis and Randy.
Okay. All right. And for me, I think my head was going Solo, because it's like, okay, Solo can eat a loss, like, especially to Randy Orton. Fine.
Exactly.
Give him a loss. Give him like that. And I mean, even if Nick Aldis, who is my heart pick, even if he were to face Randy, I mean, he would lose too. But like, I think I'm leaning more towards my heart with this one with Nick, because another thing that kind of sticks in me too, it's that whole respect line that Nick gave. I think it was like last week towards Orton, where it's just like, I just need you to respect me. And it's like, what better way for Randy to respect you than to face him in the ring? Give him a hard fought match and give him like a challenge into WrestleMania and going into Backlash in his hometown, in his home state, and all that. So I think I'm gonna go with my heart with this one. And go Nick Aldis, because I think there's something a little more juicier that they can go with here with Nick Aldis. But again, I could see it either way.
Would you guys have been mad or upset if they say, "All right, Randy, KO can make it. We got to take out your match," and Randy would be like, "All right, cool. I'm gonna take a vacation then." And then since he's probably already like, you know what, y'all could see me in St. Louis. I'll meet you there. I would have been fine if he got off book. Taking off the card for WrestleMania.
If they did, if I was gonna say, if they did that, then they better replace that time slot with one of the Well, either that or one of the women's
Mid-card.
That
mid-card
too.
titles.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Like,
I agree. Like
Yeah.
they would replace it with a mid card. Like Chelsea Green, she doesn't have it because Lyra is involved
she has
in
a
one.
program with Zelina
So-
right now, but
We
Six
have
women
something with
tag.
SmackDown. So hey, makes no sense.
Six
But
women
sure.
Yeah.
great. Yeah. Oh, man.
that's all we got.
Well, hey, yeah, that's all we got for that match. So the next one we're going to talk about is our World Tag Team title match. We have the champions, the War Raiders, taking on the New Day. So the build with this, fairly simple. You know, New Day turned heel back in like October-ish time, turning heel on Big E. And I mean, their heel turn has kind of petered out a little bit until just recently when they basically won a glorified number one contenders match against the New Catch Republic. Because after the match, they had like a stare down with the War Raiders. There was a match that they had on Raw where the War Raiders got disqualified because of a chair that got introduced into the ring and all that. And so the rematch was made for WrestleMania. Now, I'm surprised there wasn't a stipulation added to this match just because of the DQ thing. But I'm going to throw this idea out there, and I'm sure you guys thought about it too. There's got to be a reason they put this on the Mania card. Like, there's got to be a reason that they put this title match, this tag team title match, above the SmackDown ones. Because the SmackDown ones have been very hot. So go ahead, Vash, talk to me. What you got?
All right, so I would like to give credit to JD and his stream from earlier because I was listening, and this is one of the things I agree with them that I didn't really think too much about this because I was more mad that this was a booking they didn't want to put on the card instead of Street Profits. So like everyone else, I'm not your Street Profits train. I'm on them. I still think about that gif is live rent free from Montez Ford of him just screaming just with Doc, like that's literally rent free in my head. That's literally a gift that plays. So the reason with that context I'm saying because JD from New York and Santi and two of his other co-hosts on that stream, they spoke about this saying that the New Day attack the War Raiders on their parts that where they were injured, their neck and I believe their back, where they had the surgeries and everything. Who do we know from the New Day that who has a recent neck injury and has been out? So the reason my assumption is that Big E may get involved in this match and help the War Raiders win. Or keep their belts, or somehow be accidental and cost them their match, and the New Day actually wins. The reason I say that is because since the New Day has been attacking the War Raiders in their last match or 2 weeks ago, where they attacked them in their necks and everything, and then they did a video package this past Monday saying, hey, I can't believe you hurt where we did. We would have been out. You attack us to our lowest points and everything. So Big E possibly could show up during this segment, during this match, to help the War Raiders or be involved to some extent. Because, like you just said, why would this match be presented on the booking of the card on fucking WrestleMania where they've been so fucking cold? I'm mad about this because the New Day, since they went heel turn, has not been booked correctly since the past 5 months. And this is very upsetting. Could it be fault of the booking, the writers, Triple H, or could it be built from WrestleMania being much later than earlier of the month of April? So just things being built or dragging. Could be many variables. Either way, can't really point fingers on this one since, like Watkins said earlier, and led to the, Netflix could be also at fault. That it was just bad timing with the New Day being turning heel and then Netflix saying, this, that, change it up. The War Raiders, we also had Judgment Day, holding the titles for so long, not being showcased. So it's very messy. This is one of the cards of the matches that to me is one of the most messiest and not the best to really be hooked on or entertained by it. Not in the worst way, just more like I don't really care about it unless it comes out swinging. You and me, Walkers, will be like during that whole reaction cycle, like, yo, guys, I thought wrong. This was actually a great match, great, good execution. The build-up was ass, but it was a good ending. I can also say that in the next 2 days, but right at this moment, I don't give two fucks. I love the New Day. I love them as people outside, up, down, the whole, side project and everything. Really cool peeps. But when it comes to this build, Ray Ass Cheeks, I'm happy for the War Raiders to have this opportunity for them. But that's about it.
So you're still going with the New Day for your
For winning,
prediction?
yes. At the moment, I think they're gonna win because you need something for them. The War Raiders, even if they win, what do they got next after this when they have no other builds with any other
Yeah.
players, wrestlers, characters? So nobody else to build off of. They didn't set up nothing earlier this Monday or last week with anybody else for Backlash. So kind of fall short. The New Day did turn heel. They haven't got an actual win to earn gold or to actually show their meaning. So yeah, the New Day.
Great. What about you? Drop, lay it on us. What do you think about this match and the winner, the build, all that? What you think?
So it's like when it comes to the Raw tag team division, I honestly thought things were gonna get better once the tag titles were off the Judgment Day. Because when I saw the War Raiders win them, I was like, okay, things are finally going to get back on track again. Because we were starting to see it with SmackDown, and they were laying things out with DIY, the Motor City Machine Guns, the Street Profits, the Pretty Deadly, etc., so on. So I thought, okay, they're doing it over there, they're going to do it over here. And they're a very good tag team, don't get me wrong. And I was really excited to see what they were going to bring to the table. Like, they finally were able to become tag team champions. And I remember the night when we did that Raw coverage show, all three of us were happy that the titles were off of Judgment Day because we were expecting bigger and better things. Now, looking at where we're currently at in the WWE when it comes to their reign, they're not doing anything with their titles. It's pretty much an afterthought.
Yeah.
It's pretty much a decoration, just like how it was with the Judgment Day. Not at the same level, but it's pretty much a decoration in a sense where it's like they're just walking around with the titles. They're not really doing anything with them. And that's not their fault. It's creative's fault. So it's like, I mean, when it comes to them being on the card, I feel like something has to happen out of it to really make it stand out. Otherwise, you could have just thrown this on Raw, to be honest. Like, if you have Big E come back, maybe he has a little special appearance or whatever. Okay. That's a WrestleMania moment in itself because people were probably never expecting him to come back and be physical at all. But I'm going to have to say the New Day on this one because, like Vash said, if the War Raiders beat the New Day, what's really next for them? Because they don't really have any ongoing relationship with any other tag teams on there. So it doesn't really make any sense. And if you look at Finn and Dominic, more than likely, we'll talk about that later, they're going to be done after WrestleMania.
Yeah.
So it's not like they would really work together to get the title. So it's like, I feel like if you have the New Day win them, maybe that's something you could finally give them to do something with. And I'll wait and see before I make my judgment when it comes to if they do win them, if they do something with it. Otherwise, we're going to be back to where we were with the War Raiders and Judgment Day all over again, where the New Day just has the titles just to have, a shiny toy in their possession. So, hoping that something happens with New Day, I'm just going to stick with them.
Okay, yeah, and I mean, I'm going New Day too. I also think Big E's going to show up. I was listening to Cultaholic's prediction videos, and one of them actually predicted, and those prediction videos are always funny because they will, like, some of them will do like a very out there prediction, just again for the content and all that. One of them, pitched an idea of Big E turning heel, coming back and helping the New Day win, and it's like, okay, well, on one hand, Nani the fuck. Like, why would you do that? Is considering how Kofi and Xavier, left Big E, but I think they tried to spin it in a way where it was like, okay, well, Big E had an epiphany where it's just like, oh,
yeah,
they were right.
Exactly. Yeah, like, you know what?
They were right.
You guys were
like,
right.
I did abandon you guys. I didn't help you guys. And you know what? I helped you now because we're better as a unit than we are separately. So that's always an idea out there. I'm not fully for it, like they would have to very much explain it, especially how Big E was kicked out of the New Day and all that. But I'm still going with the New Day because like you guys are saying, I think they really need something, and this will be a line you'll hear later on tonight. Justify the heel turn.
Yeah.
Justify it. Like, it's great that they're heel and all, but you barely done anything with it. Like, they feuded with LWO for a bit, and then they were kicked out of the locker room. And I mean, I guess that's the story they're trying to tell, because WWE's more about story than in-ring work, which that's a whole conversation in itself right there. But I guess that might be the story that they're telling. Is just like, New Day, yeah, they've been kicked out of the locker room, basically. Them winning the tag titles is just them saying, hey, don't kick us out anymore. We're the ones that run the joint now. So how about you guys get out of the locker room now? This is our locker room now. So you could always tell a story like that too. But yeah, I mean, I agree with you. It's just like, if the War Raiders win, where do they go? I mean, have we heard anything about a draft coming up, after Backlash? Which, if that's the case, I mean, why even have the little open window thing for the Netflix thing? But again, that's a whole conversation for a whole other day. Yeah, I'm going New Day on this one. Just justify the heel turn. Like, give them something to work with here. So
I agree.
Sounds like the team is all for a New Day coming up at WrestleMania. So speaking of New Days and speaking of things that are new, we had a new luchador come onto the scene a few weeks ago, known as El Grande Americano, and he is facing Rey Mysterio at WrestleMania. Now, how did all of this come to be? Well, here's what the build was. So for weeks now, Chad Gable, he was trying to face these different luchadors. He was losing to like Rey, Penta, Dragon Lee. Like, he just could not solve the luchador problem. So he left for a little bit to kind of learn the mysteries of lucha libre. And when he came back, a mysterious new superstar also came back too, known as El Grande Americano. And he was picking up like huge wins, like against some of these luchadors in kind of nefarious fashions too, mainly with a steel plate in his mask and all that. But Rey, being the number one luchador in WWE, he was kind of feeling like El Grande Americano was kind of butchering the name of Lucha Libre and kind of making it less than what it should be. So he ends up challenging El Grande Americano to a match at WrestleMania, and hopefully to expose the man for who he is, because he keeps thinking it's Chad Gable, which I have my doubts, obviously. But, that's beside the point. This is going to be a big match for El Grande Americano, his first WrestleMania and like his fourth or fifth match in the company. So that's going to be big. Maybe Chad Gable gets involved, because we've seen him get involved in this feud as well. But talk to me, guys, about the build, about the match, about the predictions. Vash, who do you think is going to win? Why? How do you feel about the build? Talk to me.
Mire, Grande Americano! It's not a Starbucks drink, guys, by the way. Look, as the Spanish person here, as the Latino here, I'm here for this. I'm okay. It's literally a run-on of a joke. It's literally playing, like he was called the Gulf of America, but then they made it change to the Gulf of Mexico. It was literally a parody to the luchador. And the aspect, Rey is doing this with them. If Rey probably don't got complaints, Rey's probably laughing with this with Triple H and everything. Like, yo, this is just funny. This and everything. This build has been scattered, has been a bit rocky. I would say, because from Chad Gable going through some hood place in Mexico that looks like it, that people are trying to make it seem like that he went to grab a mask, like a gold box, and then this like a week or two later in the Europe tour, we had a Grande Americano appear out of nowhere, and Chad Gable was out in a hoodie. People say, "Hey, is that you?" Like, nah, see, the guy over there. That's Grande Americano just getting kicked up on security. It's like, oh damn, that must not be him. If anybody not been on the timeline, there was a video that actually I support. I don't know how true it is, but I support that there's a neck tattoo right there in the back that Chad Gable has, but then in other times he don't got one. So it really makes you curious to know if that's the actual case. who the fuck is the other guy that literally has the same type of body? And I have a prediction. Imagine if it's Tyson Kidd. Imagine.
Tyson Kidd.
Imagine.
That's a name I haven't heard in a millennia.
Well, you know, if you know, yeah, I don't know, but you know, Tyson still looks built. He's still working out. He's still training. With Natalia and everything, he's still doing his thing.
I still think it's Omos. I mean, come on. The men look the same. Come on.
Interesting.
What are you, The Rock right now? Oh, I got them goosebumps because you know it's Omos.
Yeah, definitely. I'm trying to look at the goosebumps, not my skin color here. Yeah. Omos, that's a good choice. Tyson Kidd is my wild card, as we'll say. Who do I think will win between El Grande, Americano? It is El Grande Americano. If this match, while me and Watkins are watching in my sidecast, and we see that sponsored by something involving Ray, then Ray is gonna win. I just want to put the emphasis so anybody knows that if it's sponsored by Rey Mysterio in some way capacity, he's winning. Anytime Ray is sponsored by something, he wins no matter what.
Yeah. But moving on to you, Droplet. Same question, same idea. Who do you think's gonna win the match? Your thoughts on the build? Go ahead, talk to us.
So I'm really liking this El Grande Americano character because, like we spoke about on the show, you know, he's been very impressive ever since he joined the company. Yep. He was, you know, one of the hottest free agents that they had around the time. So it's like I'm really liking the presentation because I feel like one of the things I really have to give WWE credit for is the fact that, you know, when they bring these new people in, they're treating them right. They're giving them a good presentation. You know, they have good matches. You can look at Penta and Rey Fenix, for example. You know, they've been getting some really good presentation as well. So the fact that they're already giving him a WrestleMania match off the bat against one of the legendary luchadors, arguably the best luchador ever, Rey Mysterio. I mean, that's pretty crazy. That's a big WrestleMania match. That's almost like you're going up against Roman or Cody in a WrestleMania match. Like that's pretty big for him when it comes to getting in the ring with Rey Mysterio. So it's like I'm really liking what they're doing with him. I would hate for it to end right here because I don't want it to be one of those things where it's like, okay, you know, we're gonna, after Rey wins the match, he takes off the mask and then we actually find out who the identity is. Like I'm actually hoping they continue it a little bit longer. I would also like if they did something a little funny because the whole thing as a whole is meant to be a funny gimmick. So it's like I would actually like if they did something where it's like you have El Grande Americano in the match itself, but then you got a little swap out to hide his identity. So that way, if Rey wins or whatever, he unmasks him and it's not who they actually think it is. But I'm just going to go with El Grande Americano just because I want to see more of him. And I feel like you could do more with this because this has been as hot as the character has been when it comes to Chad Gable. So it's like,
I would say,
yeah,
to add towards what Drop is saying, I'd like to add that if a Grande Americano wins and if we do have a follow-up match for Backlash, please, for the name of God, move a Grande Americano / Chad Gable / American Made to SmackDown so we get them away from Rey Mysterio and everything so we could have Chad Gable go for the U.S. title or something like that.
That's what I thought they were doing.
More in other feuds because if you're going to play for the character of a Grande Americano / a Chad Gable / American Made that literally call like their embodiment the American culture and you don't have them go for the U.S. title or even have Ivy now maybe go for the U.S. title, go for Chelsea Green, adds more something to the mid card. It would be nice because right now that's something that I'll hope for them to go. Because right now I don't see Chad Gable go back for the IC title. This feud is nice, but it would be nice to see Chad Gable have some gold around him in some soon in the future instead of years from now or months from now, I would like to see that. But I just want to add that quick context because if we do have a draft, like usually after Backlash, it will be a perfect time to move them. Actually, not just have them guest appearance like that one time we did in the recent months, but actually have them stay in SmackDown.
And actually draft people to different shows instead of drafting them to the same show.
Yes,
Yeah,
agreed.
that would be nice.
That too. But
Yeah.
Marcus, how do you feel?
So, well, to kind of talk about, to kind of mention that U.S. title thing, considering who might win the title later that night, Chad Gable ain't gonna win no U.S. title, you know. So keep him on Raw, and whatever happens with the IC title, because that'll probably be off of Braun, and we'll talk about that when we get to it too. Chad can go for the IC title again. You know, it'll be a fresh match.
Interesting.
Because Braun can move up the card, considering who's probably going to be winning that world heavyweight title. But anyways, we're not talking about the title matches now. Rey Mysterio versus El Grande Americano. I'm going Rey, and it's actually the exact reason that you brought up, Vash, is the fact that Rey is more than likely going to be sponsored at this WrestleMania, which means he is more than likely going to win. But I think they can still push this feud past WrestleMania into Backlash. I don't see it going past Backlash though.
Yeah.
And they'll probably end up having like a mask versus mask match at Backlash, where we get the reveal of El Grande Americano at that point. Yeah, I'm going Rey here because again, I think he's gonna end up being sponsored, and it's WrestleMania Rey Mysterio too, so it's like I can't really bet against that either. The past few times I have, it's kind of bitten me in the ass. Thank you, freaking Eagles. God, that pissed me off last year.
I remember last year when we were watching that one, it was hilarious.
I was mad. I was like, I hated that.
But look, I'm happy for Rey. I'm happy for a Grande Americano. Being new to the channel, being new. We have Penta. We have a Grande Americano. Being new to the company and already getting WrestleMania opportunities. That's so good for them. Sorry, Chad Gable, you couldn't make it. You was not ready.
Yeah. At least not yet. Yeah. So maybe next year, Chad. Maybe next year you'll have another WrestleMania moment. Like, what was it, 39? Where he deadlifted German suplex Braun Strowman. Yeah, give me that moment again. But speaking of feats of strength, let's get into a story that's got a little bit more meat to the bones and all that. We have Jade Cargill taking on Naomi. This is the first women's feud at a WrestleMania, first women's match at WrestleMania that doesn't involve a title for like 19 years. So that's crazy to even think about on its own. But when it comes to the build of this match, it started around War Games. So before War Games started happening, Jade Cargill was randomly attacked backstage, and during this time there was also like the U.S. Women's Title tournament going on. But that's a whole different side tangent. So she was sent through a car windshield, and she was gone for months. And the attacker was left a mystery for those said months. And Naomi, being a good friend of both of them, they made this group called the Big Three, which they didn't really do too much with beyond just the name. But whatever, that's besides the point. She was looking to be a good friend, again, to Bianca and Jade, so they didn't have to drop the tag titles. Instead, she took her place at Bianca's side to hold on to the tag team titles for her friend. And when they kind of dropped the who attacked Jade thing, they kind of came back to it, showing some found footage that Liv and Raquel may have been the ones to do the deed and attack Jade. And that led until Elimination Chamber, when Jade Cargill came back, and she took her vengeance out on Naomi on an amazing scene with like Bianca still in the chamber, like banging on the windows. Picture perfect. That's cinema, if you will. But after like a couple weeks, there's a heartfelt promo from Naomi where she admitted to the attack due to thinking that Jade was kind of taking advantage of Bianca's star power and all that. And this leaves Bianca in tears, and she ends up, ending her friendship with Naomi. And Jade appears to just continue to finish the job against Naomi. And, after a few weeks of back and forth attacks from taking out people that are, affiliated with each other, a match was eventually made for WrestleMania. And yeah, this is probably one of the better feuds going into WrestleMania, in my own opinion. Maybe even better than the women's title pictures. Like both of them combined, probably.
Yeah.
There's an argument to be
Yeah.
made for that.
I agree.
I would agree with that
yeah,
from the top of my head.
Word. Good. I love that. Love that. But talk to me, guys. What do you think about the build? Who do you think is gonna win? Because again, this could go either way. Like this is one of those ones that like I wouldn't be mad with either outcome, but I mean, obviously there has to be a winner. So Vash, go ahead, talk to me.
I think I said those exact words before we went live. That this is one of the match that I'm okay with either or. There's another match on that we're gonna disagree. I think in 3 more down. Yeah, 3 more down. That I'm okay with either winner. But with this one, Naomi and Jade, like if anybody don't use Twitter/X, goes to the timeline when the girls that are feuding and actually one-on-one on TV, they have their outfits, they have the gear, they go on each other, they have a video package. We have Naomi screaming like, "Be cautious, watch where you be, or I'll push you," and stuff like that. All those things matters. Even Jade being the face. This is one of the best that Naomi has been. She's been with the company for 9 years. She started out with Jimmy. She started out with Total Divas back then. And now we have had her back from TNA. Now we have her here on the main roster. And she has a heel turn that's succeeding well under the regime of Triple H. The video package of her in the costume, in the gear. She does her own gear and looks very nice. You have, Watkins said that this promo, the story between this feud of them, why Naomi did it, is a reference also to I believe it was Rikishi that when he said that I did it for The Rock, I did it for you. So knowing that she's also part of the family of the bloodline, so it's also that plays like, hey, I did it for you, Bianca, because Jay was taking advantage to be on your tail turn to ride your coat of success. I wanted you to get none of that. Jay did not deserve that, and I understand. Naomi, a lot of friendships, a lot of people see that people get taken advantage of, and some people don't see it. Sometimes people are blinded. So I understand, Naomi. I back her up. Jade as well. I see her vision. I see her perspective. Like, yo, she did her own thing. She said, I wasn't trying to carry out nobody's tails. Me and Bianca, we work together. We did our own thing. So it's a feud that works from both sides, and it reminds me of Drew when he said, like, yo, I'm not the bad guy, I'm not the villain, I'm just proving facts. Are my action a bit of a villainous? Yes. But I'm just proving what I gotta say. Like later we're gonna talk about Drew used to be the bloodline type of bounty hunter, where we thought he was gonna be that type of character, that type of person a couple months ago. But we had potential. Well, Naomi, I'm happy, successful, seeing her heel turn, seeing the cinema of the video packages that we're getting, and she's my choice for the winner for this one. Naomi, I believe you'll win this one, and more success that'll come the line. I know that you'll probably be getting a title run in the future of this year, so my choice will be Naomi. If Jade wins as well, I don't see no wrong. They're both have been doing good with the story, and I know that I'm skeptical but excited to see, because this will be Jade Cargill first WrestleMania match, but also her first singles match since the joining the company back 2023 fall. So I'm very excited to see how this turns out for Jade Cargill and her character, because this would be her first time, but no better opponent than Naomi, who's been experienced, who's been a singles champion in others of TNA and a tag team champion. So I know she has a lot of experience, and I know they will do great work, and I'm excited for this.
Yeah. It might have been a SmackDown you weren't on. Jade did have a match with Liv like a couple weeks ago.
Yes, I recall that. Yes, I recall.
Yeah, okay.
I do not remember that too much. I believe I wasn't on the show, but I did see it. I just don't remember too much of it.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I figured it was one of the SmackDowns that you couldn't make it to. But you are right in like this is gonna be like her first singles match at WrestleMania. So which Think about that when it gets to my turn on all this. But Drop, go ahead, lay it on us. What do you think of the match? What do you think of the build? Who do you think is going to win? Shoot.
So this is probably one of my favorite builds when it comes to this WrestleMania season, because I still remember the early stages of this build, and I remember getting really invested because one of the things I was wanting out of the women's division was a storyline for me to get invested in. And I felt like they did a very good job when it came to the whole attacker story with Jade Cargill. It gave something to Naomi, it gave something to Bianca. And I even think, post Mania, Bianca's probably going to have some little wrinkles in this story moving forward as well. I don't think her being involved in a world title picture is the end of everything. But when it comes to where these girls are now, I feel like it put them in a really good spot, especially when it comes to Naomi. She came back at the Royal Rumble last year in 2024 because she ended up leaving the company. She did a couple things with TNA. And you would think, from a realistic point of view, if you're coming back, you're expecting to be taken seriously this time. You're expecting to have a better run than you did previously because, yeah, she had her moments here and there. She was a women's champion once before on SmackDown. But it's like, I was really intrigued to see like what Naomi was going to do in her second run. Because for the most part, I mean, Bianca and Jade was kind of like the ones really hogging the spotlight. She was kind of like the third wheel. So I really felt for her. And when you look at what Jade's saying, and it's one of the things and you think about what Naomi's saying, and it's one of the things I really like when it comes to Triple H, when he does these when he has heels that actually make sense doing what they do, because you can look at Jade and Bianca and you could actually understand, like, yeah, maybe there is something there with what she's saying. Maybe Jade is trying to hog the spotlight from Bianca and take everything from her. She's trying to cling on to like one of the toppest stars in the division to really get there. And Jade, as far as I know, hasn't really come out and denied it. She might make a little like tidbit here and there, but for the most part, she's just been attacking Naomi because of what happened. So there could be some truth to that. Maybe that gets addressed further down the line. Who knows? But it's like, I'm really loving this character with Naomi because I feel like she really needed it. Having her to turn heel, which she hasn't been a heel in a very long time, ever since she was with that group with Sasha and Tamina all those years ago. So it's been like a good 10 years or so. I don't really remember how long it's been, but it's been a long time. Just to say that it's been a very long time. And I just feel like if she were to win this match, not saying it's gonna do anything bad if she doesn't, I just really love what she's doing, and that's why I put in our predictions. Like, my heart is saying Naomi because I'm really loving this character, and I just feel like since they recently just turned her heel and they're really adding a lot of flair to her, I just really want to see her just, have some momentum under her belt. But my brain is telling me Jade Cargill, only because I feel like they might want to use this as some sort of momentum for Jade Cargill moving forward, and maybe that opens up the door for that little thing that was teased with her and Charlotte like a couple SmackDowns ago. Maybe this gives her momentum to head into a program with Charlotte if Charlotte does become the women's champion post Mania. So maybe that's why they threw that in there. Like, okay, I got momentum on my belt. So I'm going to go with my brain decision. Like, my heart wants Naomi, but I'm going to go with my brain decision and say Jade just because of that very reason. But if I'm wrong and Naomi ends up winning, I mean, it's like we discussed already. I mean, this is the one match I feel like most people could look at and be like, if Jade wins or Naomi wins, I would be happy.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. And, me and you, Drop, are in the same mindset with it, where it's like, the heart would love Naomi to win because, yeah, she's been putting in some really good promo work going into it, and her coming back. I mean, again, yeah, she's been feeling like the third wheel between her and Bianca, like Jade and Bianca, the whole time. So like, she really needs to kind of show out and show that yeah, she is a threat and all that. Like, she is somebody who should be taken seriously. But I do think Jade's gonna pull out the win because I think they are gonna want to build her up too. Like I mean that's the other thing. The only other match that Jade had again was against Liv Morgan, and that was in a loss because of Naomi. So I don't see Jade really losing too much moving forward. I mean if she does, it could be against somebody like Naomi, which again I wouldn't mind. I wouldn't be upset with that. Uh, but yeah, I think they're also going to try to build her up for Charlotte to take a title off of her and to like really solidify Jade Cargill in there because like I think they're also going to be building her up too for Bianca because like there's going to be some bad blood between those two as well, and I think Jade kind of going on a warpath and like I mean slowly she could turn into a justified heel. You know, I could easily see that as well because like I don't know if they're gonna turn Bianca heel ever. You know, I mean they should to add a little bite to her character, but there's also a way they could have like add that bite to her character as a face. You know, but we'll talk more about Bianca later on. But I do think it's gonna be Jade at the end. You know, as good as Naomi's been getting with everything, I feel like Jade needs the win more. I think because I think Naomi she can bounce back from this, especially if they end up doing another draft and they move her to like Raw or keep her on SmackDown and move Jade. There's still plenty of leg room for her to move with and plenty of her like character to really dive into beyond just Jade Cargill. Like hell, if she goes up against Io, there's something they could do there. Or hell, if Bianca ends up winning that match, Naomi and Bianca right there. You know, there's a program that they could go into as well. You know, but there's a lot of leg room with a heel Naomi that they could dive into. But I just think Jade's gonna pull out the win. I think it's just she needs the momentum more, I think, and she could just do with a big WrestleMania win like that. So from one non-title match, we're going to get into now some of our title matches, some of our bigger matches, and of course, what title match should we talk about first, other than what's being rumored and being told to us that is going to be starting WrestleMania weekend, starting night one of WrestleMania. We've got the World Heavyweight title on the line. We've got Gunther defending against Jey Uso, Mr. Yeet Man himself. So the build for this, So
Look,
Jey
just
Uso,
say it, Walker. Just say it with your chest. It's ass cheeks. Just say it. I know that's how you feel.
We'll get into that when we cross it. But the build for this, Jey Uso wins the Royal Rumble in a very surprising fashion. I don't think many people even had Jey winning the Royal Rumble, but he does. So now he has a choice whether he's going to face Cody or Gunther. And despite getting threats from Gunther about like having a hell of a road to WrestleMania, he chooses Gunther as his opponent, which left a lot of people, including me, very baffled because he had just gotten off of another loss to Gunther just the week before the Royal Rumble, mind you. So, you know, weeks happen where there's tons of beatdowns, a few botches from Jey, like there was a top rope plancha he tried to do that he kind of pulled an AJ Francis, if you will, a top dollar on that top rope. There was also like a trip up he did where Gunther ended up taking advantage of him through. And yeah, so Jey ends up having a heart-to-heart with Jimmy, where Jimmy, he needs that right-hand man back. And I've seen a lot of people be like, do we really need somebody who's like the right hand to somebody else to really come back? And it's like, it's not the fact that he wants a right-hand man back, it's the mentality of what the right-hand man was. It was the mentality of, I'm going to get shit done no matter what. I'm going to go balls to the wall. I'm going to go hard. I'm going to win no matter what. And Jimmy feels like he needs to face Gunther in order to get that out of Jey. And that's when we get this huge big segment that really catapulted this feud forward, where Jimmy took on Gunther in a match, and it goes exactly what you think, where Gunther just decimates Jimmy ends up winning after, teasing, beating him earlier in the match. And even after Jay tries to bring Jimmy back, Gunther continues the attack. Like, he ties up Jay to the ropes and just beats down Jimmy to a bloody pulp, just like bathed in Jimmy's blood. And the following week, we had a broken Jay, like not even attacking Gunther, which I'm glad they didn't do it then, and I'm glad they didn't do it this week. No beatdowns at all, just keeping it straight words. But a broken Jay is not afraid of Gunther anymore. And again, we're having no more hands being thrown. And Gunther, he's not showing much fear, but you can tell he is very intense. He is very focused. And there's no more hands until the match. Only prayers towards each other for what's going to happen at WrestleMania. Guys, what did you think about this build? And I mean, I'm not going to lie. I am going to say this right now. I'm glad this is going to be opening WrestleMania, because not only I think this is a really good opening match to have, but that's, I have a different mindset when it comes to opening matches, but also this might be the most predictable match on the card, so it might be best to just get the most predictable one out of the way, so that way, like, the rest of the time you're like, okay, who can win? Because a lot of these matches are back and forth with whoever. But go ahead, Vash. I'm gonna start with you. What do you think of the build? Who do you think is gonna win? And yeah, just your overall thoughts with everything.
Look, I was not here in the beginning when we got Daniel Bryan, the Yes Movement. I was not here. People could compare this to Yes Movement, but look, you need to understand, Yeet Mania is a fucking concert. If y'all literally be seeing this man literally be telling the people in the Tantrum, be like, yo, let's run that shit again. Let's run that shit again. We never had Daniel Bryan, any other superstar, had a music and a dance where the whole fucking arena and stadium literally goes hand going down, going yeet. Sorry, Mike. Going yeet. Stop falling down, I hit you too hard. Stop. So we got yeet going on there. So we never had that possibility. Daniel Bryan, yes, we had the Yes Movement. We had Kofi Mania, all those things. Yes, we had the passionate of organic growth. But the one thing I will say that is right now is hurting Jay is the booking of him relying too much on the yeet and the crowd. Because, for example, this past Monday, he should have not come out with the crowd. He should come down the ramp. I don't mind the second going, but he should have now joined because he was serious. But I want a bit more serious of Jay, not the Yeet Jay. Because people understand, there's Jay also Penitentiary that we got, but then we got right-hand man of the Tribal Chief Jay. That's all in one. Like, that's how we had the world best tag team of Jay and Jimmy, the Usos. We have them doing their thing. But then the current Jay, he's loved by the crowd. Even I believe Triple H was on an interview this week. He even brought up the person I was interviewing said that, have you heard the criticisms of Jay that he's not the best, wrestler. He doesn't have the best moveset. And paraphrasing, chat, if you guys want to correct me if I do forget a line or something, that Triple H response saying that yes, Jay doesn't have the best spear or the best moveset, or the best technical, I believe was the exact words where he said the best technical. But he did say, hey, but he has the best charisma. He has the mic skills, and that's very true. People don't understand when it comes to Triple H, what he has said this week is debatable. We'll probably talk about some of those things next week on show. But I will say this, when it comes to Triple H, he has one thing correct. Long-term booking and correct on the organic growth. And Jay did have organic growth, and that's very true to the character. But when it comes to Jay in this match against Gunther, I have Yeet Mania. He's 100% winning. If Gunther wins, Triple H, what the fuck did you do?
I'd be shocked.
Because one, you have Jay winning over Gunther. Hell yes. The next person that we're going to talk about has to lose. Because if you can have both Royal Rumble winners win, you need to at least have one. And Jay should win. He already has it. Depending how long is his reign or his character or the growth of his championship, that's a whole different conversation we can have for next week or anything. But when it comes to my boy, Heat is going to be winning. And the booking of this was very messy. And something that we spoke about in the beginning of who should announce the Royal Rumble winner, who should verse. That person should announce by Elimination Chamber after said person has won. So it could be a more better build from the beginning of March or until WrestleMania, because having that long build for the past 8 weeks has been like a roller coaster of really good and then holy shit, there was no middle ground. That's all I'm saying. How about you, Drop? Tell me, do you feel along in the same reign of this being kind of like a roller coaster, or were you more satisfied of Jay finally getting that spotlight from Royal Rumble, being the person that pushed out John Cena, and he was like, holy shit, I am the guy. I actually won this. Pointed at the sign, and we getting him Jay versus Gunther.
So I'm very happy with the decision they made when it came to Jey Uso winning the Royal Rumble. Because it's like I spoke about earlier. They don't normally capitalize on when someone's hot. I mean, look how long it took LA Knight to get to where he is, because he was hot, but they waited so long to really capitalize on him until that Slim Jim Battle Royal in SummerSlam of 2023. That's where they really started kicking things into gear. Then you started looking at the stuff that happened between him and Cena and how Cena was trying to help him get over. Then they had that match at Roman. Then you saw that Fatal 4-Way where it was Randy, AJ Styles, Roman, and LA Knight. So it's like, the reason why I brought that up is because sometimes they just let it pass by. And we've seen this to so many people. I mean, our boy Rusev's coming back, but he's somebody you can throw in there who had a lot of momentum, and they didn't really do as much with him as they could have. So the fact that they actually gave us an unpredictable outcome for one, which is very rare nowadays when it comes to Royal Rumbles, because normally you know who's winning. If you follow a certain storyline, you normally know who's going to come out on top, especially when it came to the whole Cody thing and like everything along the lines of that. Like, we knew Cody had to find some path towards Roman. So we knew that year, okay, maybe it could have been Punk, but we knew if it was Cody, it would have made sense. But Jey Uso, when I saw that, and when I initially saw like Punk get eliminated at Logan Paul, I was like, oh shit, like what's going on here? It's like, is Cena actually going to win it? Because that was another deciding factor with a lot of people where Cena could potentially get that Rumble win, but then it comes down to him and John, and then he ends up eliminating John. It's like, holy shit, they actually did it. They actually capitalized on Jey Uso. They striked when the iron is hot. It was unpredictable. It was something not a lot of people really saw coming. So I like that. And my main issue when it came to this build is the build hasn't really been hitting until as of recent. And because one of the biggest complaints that we had on these shows when it came to the coverage for Monday Night Raw, it was always beat downs. And I know one of Watkins, what's that thing you call it?
Oh, the pull apart brawl?
Yeah, pull apart brawl, but there's like a certain phrase where it's
the law of diminishing returns.
Yeah, so pretty much like constantly seeing that over and over and over again. It's kind of like, is this all this build is? They're just fighting over and over and over again. It's like, I get Gunther wants to bring hell to him, but it's like attacking him every single week. Is that really going to get us invested here? Not only that, but that's been a recurring theme of a lot of these fucking builds. Like, so many pull apart brawls. Like, why? Same thing. We're about to get into like the whole triple threat match with our three big dogs soon. Yeah. But even their like initial like things started with pull apart brawl, and it was so freaking ridiculous, pointing at the sign over and over again. So I saw it with this. I was like, come on, this isn't doing anything to me. And then we finally get where Jimmy inserts himself in the feud, because I originally thought he was going to be part of the U.S. title match. He wasn't, but I actually like what they did with him here, and he gets involved. He helps boost Jay's confidence. He tells him that this version of Jay isn't going to get him where he needs to be. and he's upfront with him. And that's one of the things I like about Jimmy. And that's one of the things you got to know when you have a sibling or a friend or whatever. If somebody's trying to help you, they're going to be upfront with you and they're going to help you get on the right path. And that's what he was trying to do for Jay, because he knows that this is Jay's big moment and he wants to lead him down the right path. He wants him to find that strength and everything. And that's what he told him in that segment. And I like how they used that suicide dive that he was trying to do. They actually took that to play into a storyline. Same thing with the that was intentional, but with the slip that we saw in the ring, that was adding to the storyline, pretty much just showing that, you know, Jay just didn't know what he was doing. He knew he wasn't ready to really be where he is, but having Jimmy get involved, have him challenge Gunther, a lot of us are thinking like, okay, Jimmy isn't gonna win this match, but Gunther really has to do something to set things to the next level. A lot of us were predicting maybe it's a bloodbath, and we were just saying that out of spite. Because I'll be honest with you, I didn't actually see it happening. I didn't actually see it happening, like when we initially thought about it, because it's something that we can envision, but they didn't always follow through with it. But they actually did follow through with it, and they took it up to the next level, because I can't recall the last time I've seen a beatdown on WWE television at that level, at least as of recent. That's why I brought it up earlier when it came to like the Cody and Rock thing. Like, we haven't really seen anything out there in front of each other, in front of our faces, until that moment. And that really set things into gear. It really stirred Jay in the direction that he needed to be, where he came out serious, which I liked, because don't get me wrong, we like the yeeting, and there's going to be plenty of celebrations on Saturday, but are you going to come out that following week after your brother was pretty much killed and you're going to like start yeeting all over the place? Like, no. And I appreciate how he was. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, I appreciated that he was trying to control the crowd there, because he was actually trying to cut a serious promo, and he was trying to like make sure the crowd was like all calmed down and everything. It's because he was really trying to get to Gunther. And that's what I saw this week. Like, yes, I understood they were trying to run it back, but I also didn't really want to see it that much, because I wanted to save that for Saturday after he wins, or when he does his entrance. Okay, you can do it there, but I feel like the Monday didn't really need it as much, at least from my perspective. I didn't really care to see that as much. I kind of felt like we're going to get a little continuation, but I feel like where we are now is good, and I'm glad it put us in a spot where we could actually be satisfied with what we're seeing here in this match. And I'm going to come out here and say that, yes, obviously you could tell Jey Uso is going to win. Obviously, that's pretty much a prediction for everybody. But I feel like this is probably, and I might sound crazy if I say this. Well, actually, I don't know if I'm going to sound crazy when I say this, but I personally feel like this, for one, this is probably going to be Jey Uso's best match. And I honestly, when it comes to singles competition, because he's going up against Gunther, and Gunther doesn't have bad matches. And also, I feel like they might take this to a level that we're not expecting. Because a lot of people are heading into this match expecting to see the spear, the Uso splash, the suicide, not the suicide kick, the super kick. I don't even know what the hell that would look like. But but it's like,
oh man,
I expect them to really do something that has us blown away. I kind of feel like this does need some color in it, if I'm being honest. It needs some color, especially if you look at what Gunther did to Jimmy. You really want to put on that level where it's like, Gunther, I'm not afraid of you anymore. Like, I need to see like color between both of these guys. Like, you really need to set the mood, especially if this is rumored to be the opening match. You need to set the mood for that weekend, and you need to start the show off with a bang, because the opening match should be just as good as the ending of, you know, the last match on the show. You want to start off hot and you want to end off hot, and I feel like they're going to do something crazy. So, Jey Uso, hands down.
Yep. So I'll start my little portion here of, yes, Jay's going to win. You know, again, I think this is probably, out of all the matches, this is probably the most predictable match on the cards. But when it comes to the build, I mean, I've gone on record of not being a fan of it, just because, again, beatdown after beatdown, it gets old after a while. When we inserted Jimmy, that was definitely the shot of adrenaline the feud needed. And with Jay the following weeks, again, like, like these guys said, the following Monday, the no yeet. And I mean, this past Monday, I mean, I see the point with like, oh, he shouldn't have come out of the crowd, but like with that, Jay's big thing is the crowd. It's all about like getting in the crowd, because if he gets the crowd hyped, they're gonna get him hyped, and they're gonna give like him that power. Like, if you want to put this in anime terms, Jay is the power of friendship right now, and his friends are the crowd.
Huh.
You know, so
Yeah.
that's where even more deep. If anything, Jay is always trying to harness a spirit bomb, always trying to charge that thing, and the energy he's getting from is the crowd. So like, even if he's not yeeting, the crowd's still going to be yeeting, and they're going to be giving him that energy. And like this past Monday, I feel like, with him, still kind of playing up on the crowd, he still wasn't like, doing all of the yeeting. He was letting the crowd do it. And in his promo, is just like, I've said what I wanted to with Gunther, towards Gunther, but my words now are towards you guys, the fans. So I feel like that was more playing with the fans. And again, I'm glad we got this shot of adrenaline with the whole Jimmy thing. I think the build really needed something like that. And I kind of agree with you, Drop. I feel like if there's not blood or like any other kind of color in it, I mean, Gunther's a chop master. Like, I mean, Jay's chest is gonna be all tender. Who's to say that Gunther, as pale white as he is, he's probably gonna be looking like a tomato by the end of the night after Jay's done. Um, and yeah, I also agree. I think Jay's gonna have to pull some new shit out, because like we saw last year. I mean, Sammy had to bust out a freaking turnbuckle brainbuster onto Gunther just to even win. Like Jay's
Yeah.
gonna have to pull something out. It's gonna be something maybe sadistic, maybe his own version of like maybe a punt kick or something. Or I mean, I doubt he's gonna do like a pile drive or anything, because Jay's not that doesn't really fit Jay's like style and all that. So it's gonna be probably more of a strike kind of thing. And I mean, I've seen some people say, "Oh, well, Jimmy could come out and help Jay," and it's just like, I could see that too. Me personally, I would rather not that happen, because I'd rather Jay do it on his own. But I mean, if that's the mystery thing to get a win over Gunther, I mean, Jimmy has a reason to interfere, But
That
again, I would rather Jay do it on his own.
Yeah.
with Jimmy, he may appear, but I think, and I hope he
Mhm.
doesn't go there to interfere. I'll go if he goes there more support. Like he grabs a chair, he's like, "Yo, brother,
Yeah.
give me to watch," or like something that show more that, you know, for our anime nerds out there, Weebs, the power of friendship could
Yeah.
propel you to win this match. So, even if we get the Jay side being serious, we could also get Jimmy being there, being that more support, being that anchor to be the one to take
Mhm.
you up there.
Hmm.
Yeah. So I mean, yeah, I mean, it's gonna be Jay. The build again, it was very cold at first, but it really ramped up the past like 3 weeks going into Mania. So hey, nice sprint to the end, guys. It was nice job with that one. Um, yeah, I'm looking forward to it, because I think Gunther, I think he can easily bounce back from losing the title, because
Hmm.
that's the other thing too. His reign has not met up to standards
Mm-mm.
that we thought it would be. I mean, it started off really hot with him and Orton, and then the program he had with Damian Priest kind of like diving into like the whole aspect of him kind of second guessing himself. But again, like once we started the whole Netflix stuff, Gunther kind of started
Yeah.
taking a back seat to a lot of people. And it's like, how can you have somebody that's known as your world heavyweight champion, your top title on a show, play second fiddle to the champion that's on the other show? Like, what?
Yeah,
Why? Why are we doing that? Especially,
I
especially somebody on Gunther's level. Like, the hell, man.
yeah, I believe we spoke about this on numerous weeks and occasion on during our main
Yeah.
coverage of Weeps in the Ring for Raw and SmackDown. That why do we have SmackDown champion of WWE who's supposed to be the face of the company come to a different show to represent the company, but not have the world title open the show? We barely had. I've been saying this since Seth and Damian. who open the show or close
Yeah.
the show. They already had the
Seth
Damian come in
especially.
sometimes or rise to Monday Night Raw or Seth freaking Rollins or Monday Night Rollins. We already had them to be doing the show like this. And Gunther barely opened the show. He was always in the
Yeah.
middle. He barely ended it. And I like, look, chat, I'm a Gunther fan as much as I was like, oh, Gunther was Vash was against Gunther a few times during the PLEs. I'm like, of course. It was my boy Jay or it was, other people.
Yeah, Damian.
But for this specifically,
Mhm.
Gunther was not presented
Yeah.
well or booked once he came on Netflix, and I 100% agree with Watkins. And that is a disappointing aspect when it comes to Gunther because he has been champion for NXT UK, NXT IC title.
Yeah.
He literally had a reign of 666 days, but then once he became the world champion, it fell flat, but it fell more not flat in a bad way, is that his booking couldn't have been presented. He didn't have to fight every week. He didn't have to be presented every week, but just being showcased, not even once, and only on the side or back, not even in the ring, showing that he is a champion. Just walk out, do a quick promo, complain about something, and then walk back in. That's it. But not even being presented well enough for us, the audience, to be like, yeah, that's our champion. No, like this is something that Roman said. That's a second champion. On Gunther, it feels like a second champion, and that's disappointing.
Yeah, exactly. And hopefully Jay winning it. I mean, with that kind of star power, maybe it'll boost it up a little bit.
Yeah.
But I mean, it'll all depend on who kind of takes it off of him too.
Yeah.
So
The only
um,
last thing I will
Mhm.
say about this is I think I'm actually more like Jay winning the title is going to be a big moment, but I think I'm also more curious to see how this is going to evolve Gunther's character. Like I feel like
Agreed.
that's going to
Yeah.
be very intriguing heading into Monday Night Raw and throughout 2025 because it makes you really stop and think like, is this really going to hit him rock bottom? Where is he going to go from here?
Mhm.
I feel like I'm very intrigued to follow that, which I kind of like how they humanize Gunther a little bit instead of just being like this bulletproof
Yeah.
vest. So that's another thing I wanted to throw in there.
Yeah, and it also kind of adds another layer to the main event scene, especially on Raw, where it's like, okay, yeah, Gunther had this massive reign in the mid card. Again, 666 days with that IC title. But then as soon as he moves up to the main event, it's like, oh wait, now there's these tougher competitors. There's this whole other level now. Like it's that whole what's the term? It's like I don't want to say level cap, like when in an RPG and like the level, I guess level hike or level jump. There we go. It's like this whole big jump of levels, where it's like Gunther this whole time was at like level 40 and just like beating everybody down, just like continuing just like on this stride of being at level 40. Then he goes up to the main event, and now everybody's at like level 55. It's like uh what how I mean I can still compete, but like what's going on here? I'm starting to kind of lose some luster now. I'm starting to like now my attacks aren't really doing half damage, like half of health bar. Now they're doing like 20 damage or 15 damage, whatever have you. So I like what Drop said there, where it's just like because I'm in the same boat. I'm like I am intrigued with where Gunther can go after all this, especially as a character. Like how is he going to handle a loss to Jey Uso and a second loss in a row at the biggest show of the year too? Like, I mean, the year before at 39, Gunther beat Drew McIntyre and Sheamus, two former world champions, mind you.
Yep.
And then the
final
2 years
year-
after,
He lost to Sammy for the IC title at WrestleMania 40, and then final year he's
Yeah.
gonna lose against Jay. So like, again, long-term booking. Where are we going with
Mhm.
Gunther? Like, is it something that Gunther playing? Like, all right, cool. I've been champ because remember, Chad, we heard from Michael Cole when we heard from Gunther that he's been champion more on WWE than less. I think he's right now at 75 or 78% that he's been champion more
Yeah.
than without a title. So is this a way of a long-term booking of us to peel the orange, peel the side, the layers of what he is more to the character, that hey, he is a bit of a kryptonite, he has a bit of a flaw, he tries to underestimate all the underdogs. So I'm trying to see, like, is this the long-term booking that Triple H is going for? and is this gonna fall short or is this gonna fall too flat to actually care, and this is hurting more in the long run?
Hmm. Yeah. So we'll have to see what happens and all that. But we're gonna move on now from our start of night one, a certain main event, to now our main event of night one. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. We are finally gonna touch upon this triple threat match. We have CM Punk taking on Seth Rollins and Roman Reigns. Now, a lot of people might be thinking, "Oh, well, what's the stakes for this? You know, what? Why are these? Why is this a triple threat match? Why could this just be a singles match between two of these guys?" But I feel like there's a lot to go on with this, a lot of just story to kind of dive into with it. But they kind of talk about just the recent build with it. So basically, like as I kind of see it, this is, and as Rollins kind of hit on it too in a promo recently, this is a battle for the future of the company and just the overall direction the company is going to be going in. And there's obvious massive history between Roman and Seth, and that's just a tale as old as time. So won't really touch much on it here. But adding CM Punk with the mix just adds another layer of, hey, forget this guy. Why is he around? Get him out of here. Um, but the big setup from this kind of starts at the Royal Rumble, at least with these three involved. Well, I guess maybe further back when there's like the whole thing with like the War Games with CM Punk joining Roman Reigns, asking for a favor for Paul Heyman, leading to, the first Raw we have on Netflix with Seth and Punk's match, where Seth loses that match. But again, the bigger setup kind of starts here from the Royal Rumble, where Punk ends up eliminating both Rollins and Reigns, who are just so fixated on each other, not eliminating anybody else, just each other. And then, not Reigns, Punk gets eliminated. And, they start kind of having an argument out there. And Rollins does this double stomp on Reigns, stomps him into the steel steps, mind you, and starts beating up on Punk as well. So, again, more war of words between the two and three, leading to, Elimination Chamber, where Seth had taken out Punk and kind of screwed him from getting a match with Cody for the title and all that. So they end up having the steel cage match that Roman actually interferes in, costing CM Punk that match, doing his own beatdown against the two. Then we have this whole big old massive pull apart brawl on SmackDown where all three of them are like, duh, WrestleMania, duh, WrestleMania, WrestleMania. And a match is set for a triple threat action between Punk, Rollins, and Reigns. And not only do we have that, not only do we have just three of the four Yonko facing off against each other, no. Punk now wants to request his favor from Paul Heyman, and that is to have Paul Heyman join him at ringside, be in his corner for WrestleMania. And this harkens to like just a throwaway line from like years ago where Heyman was just like, yeah, when you're main eventing, I'll be in your corner, like all that stuff. Like from this conversation that him and Paul had even like on this tour bus way back in the past. Like again, a lot of history going into this match. And obviously this puts a strain on Roman's relationship with Paul Heyman, where like Roman's like, oh, even if you ask for that favor, Paul's gonna say no, but Paul says no to his tribal chief. And Roman gets physical with Heyman, which we've only seen one other time when it dealt with Brock Lesnar, another Paul Heyman guy. And it doesn't help that Rollins is here whispering into Paul's ear, like, hey, remember what happened after WrestleMania last year when Roman just disappeared? He just left you to the dogs and left you high and dry to be put through a table in Madison Square Garden? Yeah, Roman's not as good of a person as you are either. So, again, loyalty's on the line, the future of the company on the line as well, in a way. But who's going to emerge victorious? Who's going to be the leader in this new era of wrestling? A lot to dive into, a lot to talk about, a lot to discuss too. Vash, I want you to start. Go ahead, talk to me. What do you think about this build? Who do you think is going to win? And like, I guess your interpretation of this story going forward, because like again, there's a lot of history to pull between these three. And while you're saying that, I'm gonna go take care of some allergy stuff. So I will return shortly, folks.
Copy, go do your thing, do what you gotta do. Look, this build of CM Punk, Seth Rollins, and Roman Reigns, when we first heard about it, I believe, Nick, we heard about it back in March or February, I believe we heard it back on this rumor.
Yeah, because I remember it originally starting off as a rumor. Actually, the actual origins of it, it was a rumor that came out talking about CM Punk and Roman Reigns having a one-on-one WrestleMania match because they looked at all the attraction from Survivor Series War Games.
The War Games, yes.
And they're like, holy shit, we could, make money off of this, obviously. I mean, it's fucking CM Punk and Roman Reigns. What do you expect? Two big stars. But then it started turning into this other rumor where it's like, okay, now it's going to be a triple threat. You're going to throw in Rollins in there. And I'll admit, when we saw this at first, and I'm not sure if you had the same mindset as I did, but I really wasn't the biggest fan of it because I feel like you could have done a CM Punk versus Seth Rollins before the Raw show did. You could have done Drew McIntyre and Roman Reigns, Drew McIntyre going on, that journey of getting his revenge on Roman. But yeah, that did stem off from that rumor in February, I believe. It had to be February that we saw something like that. And at first we took it with a grain of salt because it's kind of hard to really look into a lot of these things nowadays. But yeah, that's where it did stem from.
So, with that being the case of what Job gave us that information, I felt the same. The triple threat was not needed. The Raw on Netflix, the first day one, I believe it was Seth Rollins versus CM Punk, was a good match.
Yeah.
But a lot of people thought it would have been a good build to build up for WrestleMania.
Yeah.
Have a Rumble, have one of them push each other out, have the build. Because, look, why can't we have a Drew McIntyre, a Scottish McDaddy, like Walken saying, versus CM Punk, have that build for a good 6-8 months of feud? But then we cannot have a feud of Seth Rollins, CM Punk, but instead we need to have a triple threat and have the winner of who is Paul Heyman bitches, because that's like what it is.
Yeah.
Like, it's literally Paul asking, sorry, not Paul, it's CM Punk asking like, hey, I'm not going to take Paul from you for the rest of your life, Roman. I'm going to take him for a day. For some reason, Roman couldn't let that go. Like, word, you're going to borrow Paul Heyman for a day? All right, for a night on the biggest night of my life. Yeah, that hurts.
Yeah.
That bothers me a lot. I'm mad. I'm pissed. But hey, it's one night. Instead, have Roman fucking have a bitch fit and get manipulated because of Seth Rollins this past Monday, and then now get him to push Paul Heyman down. Like Walken said earlier, the last time we saw that was Brock Lesnar. I don't think, I'm going to say this now, I don't think Brock Lesnar is going to show up in any capacity for WrestleMania, so don't think that's going to happen at all. I'm going to state that now. 2, when it comes to Paul Heyman now, he got pushed down. CM Punk came out. Now we have more of a feud, a high. Seth Rollins did a 2 stomp, and I think that's going to get CM Punk, Roman Reigns. They're going to be the focus on each other. And like Seth Rollins, like Io Sky being their third wheel between two other people having their own type of personal feud, Seth Rollins is going to be winning my choice out of this triple threat. I believe, again, it should have been a singles match. I don't mind the triple threat, because a lot of people like JD, I know Drop is not also a fan of multi-man matches for WrestleMania. Understandable reasons. Myself, I don't mind it to be sprinkled in some matches, but I do like my single one-on-one, my build, my feud. Why do I hate you? Why do I want to beat your ass? Because at first, if you guys think about it, this triple threat is literally who's the top guy and who's the better version that's going to keep Paul Heyman. Because remember last year during SummerSlam, we had Dominic be like the person on top of the cage. We're not going to have Paul Heyman do that, but he's technically the prize. He's technically the prize if people think about it. And my theory, I believe I've been saying it for the past couple of weeks or past couple of months, and I'm glad on JD's stream, Santi and a few others said it as well. They imagine Seth Rollins leaves the match and ends the show because you need to have a good cliffhanger. And imagine if Seth Rollins leaves with Paul Heyman, and we see a random Seth Rollins doing like the neck thing as well. As said, that imagine he also sold his soul to The Rock, because The Rock said like a 3 months ago, we haven't seen a 3. We've only seen John Cena. I don't know if you could count Travis Scott as number 2, even though like why would you? But if you do, I guess. But
He's a
we do
Goomba.
have a second, third person. I do see Seth Rollins. Does Paul Heyman need Seth, or does Seth need Paul Heyman? No, they do not need each other, but it would be like a different character, because people have been saying that Seth been saying the same character over the past couple of years as, the Messiah, the Visionary. We need something, different. I'm okay with him still be he is. I see him as a tweener. He plays with a villainous side, he was about a feud with his good friend, Sami Zayn, very, very recently, a couple months ago before KO took him out. So back to what I say, we have Seth being my guy. Paul leaves with him at the cliffhanger. Join maybe The Rock, who knows? But at the end of the day, instead of having Dominic on top of a cage, we have Paul Heyman being the bridge of who is the prize, who's gonna keep him. That's my long little spiel of who I think is gonna be winning and how I feel about this story.
Okay. All right. What about you, Drop? How do you feel about the build going forward, match? Who do you think is going to win the match? Talk to me.
So when it came to the initial build of the match, me and Vash did talk about it briefly, talking about the origins of it. So I'm not going to go back to that. I'll just pretty much stem from what we saw from the Royal Rumble. Punk eliminated Rollins and Reigns. They pretty much canceled each other out. We saw shenanigans play out. Then we started focusing on Punk and Seth again until that steel cage match. Roman came back, got his revenge on Seth, beat him down, beat on Punk in the ring, and then here we are now, where you have these 3 guys in the ring, and now you have a legitimate reason why they want to bite each other's heads. Roman and Rollins, you already know that story. Rollins and Punk, you already know that story. Now we know why Roman and Punk are mad at each other, because of things that are going on with Paul. And pretty much, honestly, if you really want to bring it way back, CM Punk was probably one of the very reasons the Shield is a thing. So you even have that to incorporate in this story as well, which makes it, very compelling. So I will say this at first. It's kind of like one of those things, like somebody's trying to sell you on a product. You have to really persuade you in a way where it's like, okay, maybe I want this air fryer because I want to cook chicken nuggets faster or some shit like that. Maybe I really want this. Sell me on it, and if I buy it, I'll be invested. I'll use it, etc. So on. I wasn't sold on this triple threat match. I'm sold on it now, and it's just very intriguing because I will say this: Seth has honestly been the shining star out of this build-up when it comes to the 3 of these guys, because he's made a lot of sense when it came to a lot of the things that he was saying to Roman about how basically saying things to Paul, I should say, when it comes to CM Punk, like how CM Punk him and Punk had a relationship all those years ago, but then Punk left, and he's saying, oh, well, Punk's your best friend, but normally best friends keep in touch, but CM Punk hasn't talked to you in years, and kayfabe, of course. So it's like, obviously, is that really your true friend? And then the same thing with Roman. He just pushes you around like a rag doll. He only wants you when he needs you. He didn't call you when he get attacked. So I like how, Seth is making a lot of sense, talking a lot of sense to Roman about Punk and all these different kinds of things as well. Pretty much trying to gaslight everybody in a way to, really get in their head so he's able to control the situation. And obviously my pick is Punk. I mean, not Punk. It was initially, but obviously my pick is Seth Rollins because I feel like Roman and Seth are going to cancel each other out, especially when it comes to the Heyman thing. And Seth's going to use that as an opportunity to strike. And I feel like it's going to be one of those things where you need to end off the show with a bang. You can't just have Roman win, Punk win, or Seth win. You got to add a little more. You got to add a little more flavor to that like main course meal. Like you got to add, a lot more stuff on top of it, so it feels good when it goes down your stomach and all of that. So like I expect a Seth Rollins heel turn here. I will say that I expect the heel turn. I feel like it's been teased for quite some time now, and I know I'm like 50-50 on it, but I'm also very curious to see how they would take it. Because I don't think Seth needs Heyman, but I'm also very intrigued to see how they would tell that story if that were to happen. But then I'm starting to think, well, if Punk and Roman, continue their feud, I mean, do you kind of have to have Heyman there still, right? So it's like, I don't really know, but like, I feel like Seth for sure is going to turn heel. He's going to win. And if it does indeed, go down that direction where Paul goes with him and, forget anything that I said about the whole Punk and Roman thing, I feel like it could turn into some very compelling television, because one of the things that I remember that was brought up from the stream that me and Vash watched earlier is this could very well turn into like our next big storyline for us to get invested throughout 2025, or hypothetically. And just, speaking from a fantasy booking, which is just always fun just to talk about the possibilities if we put this, in our little imagination to see where it could go. Let's say Seth Rollins turns heel. He aligns himself with Paul Heyman. Paul Heyman is tight with The Rock. He has no issues with him as far as I know. He's treated him with respect. He hasn't done anything bad to him. So it makes me think, what if he is the third man? Because that is a possible theory out there. Maybe there's some juice to that where it could potentially be a thing, and maybe Seth Rollins could potentially get involved in the main event with Cody. He's the one that was the Shield last year. What if he's the one that actually ends up ruining everything for Cody this year? If you think about it, just a little spoiler what I was going to say earlier, because I could see it playing out as one of those things where it's like, okay, you expect Rock and Travis Scott there, you expect Austin there, did you really expect Seth? You thought Seth was just going to handle his beef with Punk and Roman that night, but what if he actually shows up and he decides to do more damage? Then you got Rock to deal with, John to deal with, and Seth, and at least you have Seth there, somebody that's consistently on television and that you can deal with, and that can create a compelling story for other people that get involved. You could have Cody in there, you could have Punk in there, Roman in there. Hypothetically, if LA Knight gets drafted into Raw, you could do something with him there. If you want to, put him in a little picture, just to throw a wild card, just to, I guess basically what I'm trying to say, the reason why I brought up LA Knight is to basically use this next big storyline in WWE to help build other wrestlers to put them in a different spot than they are now. I just feel like it would be really intriguing, even though it sounds funny. It somewhat just makes me intrigued to see where it could go, because I feel like if the three of us sat down here every week and we see Rollins orchestrating things, which is one of the things that he's done the best, and he's very good at it, I just feel like we would have, endless discussions of like, it could go down this route, it could go down that route, it could go down that route, because The Rock says, it's a long gamer, and he probably has a lot of other tricks up his sleeves. Like, oh, fucking I care if Austin comes up. I got my little reverse Uno card right there to completely do away with that. But yeah, those are my thoughts on that.
I am so glad you brought up the whole Seth aligning with The Rock aspect of it, because like that's something that I've seen a couple people bring up mainly this week too, of like that happening, and like I could already see people just being like, oh, but that doesn't make any sense. He was just fighting against The Rock last year. Think back to what, 11 years ago, 10 years ago, 11 years ago, when the Shield broke up, who were they feuding with at the time? What was it? The Authority / Evolution, and yet who betrayed the Shield? Who broke up the Shield and joined with the Authority? Seth Rollins. And like he dropped that line again. What's best for business?
For business, yes.
He dropped that line again this week, and like that's why like this week a lot of people have been kind of leaning towards it, kind of grasping onto that whole idea of like him joining The Rock, which yes, that would lead to some compelling stuff, because like if John does beat Cody for the title and he's not around as much, you still have Seth Rollins on there who's still aligned with them to still push the things going forward. Because even what John said is like, you know, I'm going to win the title and you guys are never going to see it again. Like it plays into that story as well. But like, we'll talk about that story later on. But like with Seth, he wouldn't just be like just some random goon getting beaten up by the baby faces and all that. He's a legitimate threat. He's somebody that like if Rollins were to turn heel, guess what? There's one of your biggest feuds of babyface Jay to defend his title against.
Yep.
You know, there's a big feud right there with Seth wanting to bring the prestige back to that title and Jay trying to protect it and all that. Like that's a feud for the summer right there. You know,
Yep,
like
I
I'm not
agree.
saying
I would love to see that heel Seth versus Jay, and we know Jay will win because Seth is a person that will, you know, sacrifice for the story and for the company.
yeah.
As he said, best for business.
Yeah. And like with the whole Paul Heyman thing, like Seth possibly taking Paul Heyman again. And I think I said this past week on Raw or like last week's Raw. It's not the idea that Seth needs Paul Heyman. It's the fact that if Seth has Paul Heyman, that's a blow to both CM Punk and Roman Reigns.
He likes
like
that.
that's a blow. Yeah, that's a blow to both of them, and that's something that he could relish in. So
One thing
yeah,
I would say,
Mhm.
something that I have a hard time to grasp of the ideology in the WWE universe that somehow cell phones don't exist. That nobody will talk to each other, or like Bianca and Naomi, haven't heard from Jade, or or Roman Reigns, he didn't talk to CM Punk. I mean, Roman Reigns, he didn't talk to Paul Heyman for a long time. Didn't talk. That's my hardest time in the WWE lore, in the backstories, whenever they mention this. It's like, hey, I didn't have contact. I'm like, it's kind of hard to believe, like, with today's phones technology, like, I guess. I'd rather them say, hey, I'll text them, they ghost to me, no response. I'd rather hear something like that than rather, hey, no contact, no nothing. It just feels like too much time to believe, like, hey, are we having still type of flip phones, type of pagers? That's a little one-side tangent. Sorry if you want to bring it up. Like, that's the hard time I keep.
No, you're fine.
When Paul Heyman brought up, I'm like, how do you not hear him? You literally be having a whole iPhone in front of your screen saying Bloodline with a fucking sticker. How do you say you don't hear from him? How?
Well, that's the thing. That's part of the story. Is like Roman was not talking to Heyman.
Oh.
That's why Solo was so able to like get away with what he did, was because he kept saying, "Oh yeah, I'm talking to Roman." It's like, okay, well, if Roman's not talking to Paul, is he talking to Solo? Well, that obviously wasn't the case when Roman came back. So it's just like, okay, what's going on here? Why wasn't Roman talking to Paul and all that? So like, yeah, there's just so much going on with the story. It's so good, and like it can go in multiple ways, because like even if Roman wins, I mean, if Roman does go over, have him pin Punk to kind of continue the whole story with like him and Rollins and all that, at least. But I mean, even if Punk wins, that's something big for him, because again, this is his first Mania main event. Why not give him the win?
Yeah,
you know,
I mean,
that would be something.
I mean,
big
now that I'm
too.
thinking about it, that could be like a crazy War Games match later down the line of all these potential players. You could incorporate that into that. It's not like a Judgment Day match or a Bloodline match. It's actually something different, where it's actually people you thought they were on the good side are actually on the bad side now. Like you see Cena in there, you got Seth in there, and who knows, it could potentially evolve even further into something else where other people could probably insert themselves in there if they want to get higher on the pedestal. So I feel like that's what this needs. Like it does outside of like the winner, it needs something to really end off the show so we can come on here in our
Yeah.
post show where other people online can come on
Like,
here
"What?"
and talk about like, wait, this is actually intriguing. Because even though
Agreed.
sometimes like the way that you think of something, it sounds silly, WWE handles it in a way where it's like they play it out right. They don't give everything away right away, but they play it in a way where it makes you want to tune in to see
Yep.
what happens on that Monday Night Raw, because that's going to be the biggest talking point. You need a biggest talking point for Monday, and you need a big one for Friday too, and that could very well be this. You got to do something.
Yeah. And yeah, they have potential to do something really big and really compelling on night one's main event. But I mean, any closing thoughts? I mean, again, I'm with you guys with Seth winning. I'm kind of glad we're all going with Seth because like even with how Monday night ended with him on top, I was still on board with Seth winning this triple threat match. I mean,
just feel like it makes the
out
most
of
sense.
all, yeah, agreed. Like I think out of all three of them, Seth kind of needs to win a lot more.
Yeah.
And just think of how amazing it would be for him
Put one over.
to pin Punk.
Yeah, that
to
would
hit-
have
for him
that
to
would
pin
have to
Punk.
be the dom. That would have to be a part of that. He would have to pin
Yep.
Punk to really like excel that even further.
Mhm.
Look, my choice was originally CM Punk as
That was
well
mine
as
too.
drop,
Mhm.
but
Oh,
my
yeah.
choice turned over for Seth, and I'm okay with this.
Yeah.
If CM Punk wins, I'm okay with that. If Roman wins, that would be my wild card. I'm like, damn, okay, Roman won, interesting. But it's definitely, if you say my order, it will be Seth, then CM Punk, then and then Roman the bottom. But I'm excited for this match nonetheless. I know there's gonna be a lot of oral farming, stare downs, walking around the ring, a lot of cockiness.
This one's gonna go 30 minutes.
30-minute
Yeah.
entrances.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, probably a good 45 minutes, 10 minutes entrances altogether. I know Romans, I just saw a tweet right now during our stream that there's going to be enhanced entrances for Roman and Tiffany, and then the exposition ones of John and Cody. So it shows that other people might not get it that I thought they would, but it makes sense. Roman going down, going down that ramp by himself as well. That'll be our first time that he went down the ramp by himself without Paul, without the Usos, nobody as well in the past couple of years.
Yeah.
Yep. So we're gonna wind down a little bit from these like big matches real quick. We're gonna talk about one that's maybe fairly simple to talk about. The United States title is going to be on the line as LA Knight will defend against Jacob Fatu. So the build for this, fairly simple, fairly short. Temu Bloodline have been a thorn in LA Knight's side for quite some time, and even at a point where LA Knight legitimately had to eject Jacob Fatu from the building before he had a rematch with Shinsuke Nakamura, which they obviously Temu Bloodline retaliated because you're not going to get rid of Jacob Fatu that easily.
No.
And we've had some some time simmers down from all that, and Jacob tries to focus on Bron a little bit. They have a bit of a feud going on. They had their thing at Saturday night's main event, which was amazing to witness live. And yeah, so a series of matches go on, a few of them being number one contenders matches. One of them where Jacob Fatu actually loses by DQ because of Solo and Tama Tonga. So like the big emotional part here is the stuff with the Temu Bloodline, where it's like, okay, Jacob wants to bring gold back to this. He's still kind of pissed at Solo for losing to Roman and like just up and abandoning them for a bit. But yeah, again, a series of number one contenders matches, him costing Bron via disqualification against LA Knight, leading to a last man standing match, which also was a number one contenders match for LA Knight, which Jacob Fatu wins. So now he's got a match against LA Knight here at WrestleMania. So will this end in failure? Will this end with Solo and Tama trying to help and still failing? Or will Jacob Fatu actually get the job done and bring gold back to the family? Guys, let me know what you think. Vash, go ahead
Drop
and
go
start.
first. No. Drop go first. I really
No,
wanna
no,
hear
no, no,
Drop.
no, 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 no,
No.
no, no.
No,
No, why don't you go
guys,
first? Why don't you go
guys, we're
first?
going straight to
Huh?
drop. Let's hear you dropping this knowledge on us.
You might as well save the bombshell to close off this segment. So I'll go first because I feel like that would be a good way for our audience to get invested what Vash is gonna say. So when it comes to this build-up with LA Knight and Jacob Fatu, like Watkins says, it was a simple build, nothing crazy. Had a couple, it was kind of like a roller coaster, kind of went up and down a little bit, then started getting back in motion after Jacob Fatu had that match at Braun Strowman when they had that #1 contenders spot in that last man standing, which is actually a pretty unique concept, by the way. Last man standing, #1 contender. Hopefully I can do that in 2K. I'm not sure if you can. Well, actually, in my head, I guess I can. I can't really do #1 contender matches in there. But I am happy that Jacob Fatu is in this position because he definitely deserves to be in a spot like this. I originally thought we were going to get Jacob Fatu in solo, but it feels like that's probably going to be the story post-Mania, which makes sense. And honestly, like you guys know, I love LA Knight. I've always loved LA Knight, and I'm really happy that he's back where he needs to be, thanks to, Triple H really bringing him to that level, getting rid of that Max Dupree gimmick. Like, we've been on one hell of a ride with him, and I'm glad he's in this spot and he finally has a title in his possession. Regardless what it is, the man just needed a title just because of how good he was. But the fact that he's going up against Jacob Fatu, two of my favorite guys, love them both, and I feel like these two could really bring us to a very good match, especially since, Jacob Fatu's involved. This is his first Mania. He's going to go all out in this one. He's going to really show off in front of all these people. And I want Jacob Fatu to win this match. I don't want any shenanigans playing with Solo or whatever. You could do that post-Mania because, I honestly, as much as I hate to say it, I mean, what does LA Knight really have after Jacob Fatu if you really think about it? Like, he runs after Jacob. Like, he's done with Jacob Fatu. Like, what else is there? An Aleister Black or a Phoenix? Like, there really isn't much for them to really do. So that's why I'm saying, have Jacob Fatu win this title, give him his moment. He deserves it. He's been putting a lot of work. And like I said on a couple streams before, I can easily see this being like a year where he's like one of the breakout stars that like has all these big moments. And I feel like if you want to start putting that into motion, have him become the United States champion straight off the bat, he's going to have instant credibility with that title just because of the monster that he is. And he would really bring that title where it needs to be, kind of like how what Gunther did with it or what Bron was doing with it. I can easily see Jacob Fatu being that guy to bring the United States title in a spot where it hasn't been in so long, because they brought the IC title back in a way where you actually give a shit about it. The United States title is kind of like, it's there, but it's not really there with the IC title. You throw that up on Jacob Fatu, you're going to get some good promo segments between his challengers. You're going to get some good matches with him because he's a very good athlete. He's pretty much the whole package. He's a future main eventer in my eyes, and I'm pretty sure you guys agree with that as well. And this could easily be the kickstart of that. I just really want to see him win this. I would be like super happy if he walks out with a W in this match, and seeing a title around his waist, like that would just give me chills just knowing that my guy got the job done. And I like calling him my guy because he's one of my favorites in the company right now. He's fantastic.
How about you, Watkins? Talk to me. How are you feeling about this? Are you on the same side of drop?
Yeah. No, I have to go with our mascot because he's our mascot, and anybody who goes against our mascot is against the podcast. So yeah. I mean, as much as I love LA Knight, as much as he is my boy, it's Jacob Fatu's time. Put the belt on him, strap that rocket to him, give him a year to really just like decimate people.
Honestly, you know how good he'd look with that belt?
Yeah, Jacob Fatu all the way.
Imagine that belt on him now. Just vision it, like how good he's gonna look with that.
Good look, chat.
We saw it on SmackDown last week.
True.
We just held it briefly and licked it. and then just put it down. Like, I'm glad he didn't raise it. Like, he knows a little bit. He's not gonna raise the belt. He grabbed it, looked at it quick, and just put it down. He's just like, I'm not gonna celebrate just yet. Just know it's coming to me. It's gonna be mine.
Oh yes,
you know, all the shaking and all the jiving and all that. Like, Jacob Fatu's gonna win. Sorry, LA Knight, but you're gonna go up to, you know, main event level. You know, you can face Jey Uso for a bit, or if Seth Rollins takes that title from him, like you'll be fine in the main event picture.
If you imagine LA Knight drafting a Raw, him and Seth, ooh, that would be so good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
so perfect.
See, you're seeing the vision now.
Yeah.
Now let's see what the visionary has to say as he betrays everybody on this podcast. By the way, Mega Lucario is watching you. So,
by the way, I love Mega Lucario. So a big shout out to him. He's one of my favorite Pokemon from Smash, and also my favorite Pokemon of all time.
Yeah.
On the side from Lugia. But when it comes to my prediction, I know my team is saying there's somebody against us. Who is that? I got LA Knight. LA Knight. Yeah. Look, the reason I got him is because exactly what the guy said. If he loses right now, we don't know about any draft that's not been announced. Anything that's been promoted. We have Backlash being promoted for Randy Orton. Great. But for LA Knight, he has an organic pop just like Jey Uso. Great. Since March of 2023 and from the Slim Jim, the Battle Royal, all those things has been speeding up to where he grew that fame in 2024. That pop and everything has gotten a lot much bigger for him, which congrats to him. He got a U.S. champion. Shinsuke, I'm a big supporter of you. I'm a fan of you, but you should have not gotten a title when they did nothing with you in those 80 days. We know that you were on Noah. Most likely they did it for cross-promotion, marketing, have you there looking good, book good, most likely. Understandable when it comes to a business sense. Understandable, you gotta do what you gotta do. When it comes to a story, you just hurt more LA Knight to lose and then have him without a title and have him without a direction when he's right now in a pop type of way. On the flip side, Jacob Fatu, the Samoan werewolf, like Watkins said, that he declared on his own 4 weeks of the ring that Samoa Werewolf, it is our mascot for Friday Night SmackDown, and I'm here for it. All right, cool. We literally should have him walk in the screen, go, and then just walk back at the screen, just looking menacing. I'm here for it. I love it. However, if he wins, Jacob Fatu will be a menace. This man will be cutting promos, will be coming from the back. This man will be getting a one-shot camera from walking out the backstage, getting into the ring. I know this man will be successful with the U.S. title with no problem. He'll probably be a great title winner, holder, maybe for a good year, a couple months. I'm okay with that until he transitions for main title or goes for IC title, anything else in the big picture. I'm okay with either or. The reason I gave you context for LA Knight and Jacob Fatu and what the guy said earlier. But if LA Knight loses, this man is directionless. We don't know what he got, and I don't want him to fall in the back. Because right now we're getting other competitors like Aleister Black, Rusev, other people that are coming as big as they were or already big before they came back to the ring, back to the company. So if LA Knight, who's kind of has that old school vibe, the promo and the wrestling style, like the John Cena and The Rock, like old school wrestlers that they have compared him to. I don't want him to lose the steam, to lose the aura if he loses that title against Jacob Fatu right now, who is big in the indies, now big in the big spotlight, the mainstream. I know Jacob Fatu, if he loses here, it's not going to hurt him. He is loved by the fans. He's great. We know he's a great wrestler. We love to see him do his moonsaults and other movesets. But I just would love to LA Knight to not lose yet because we have no direction for him. If he goes after this for Raw, then I'll accept the loss. If he goes to Raw, like Drop just mentioned, he could feud with Seth Rollins and feud with others. I don't know if you're going to have him as a face go versus Jay as a face as well. That is going to be an unpredictable aspect if that happens. But when the road gets there, we could cross that conversation once again. But like I said, those are my reasons why I want LA Knight to be winning. Yeah, for that reason, because I'm a fan of him and I don't want him to lose without being direction because he has grown in an organic way. And I would love to see that continuing down the road because right now he's, I believe, 44, 45. So if he continues his route, he's still got a couple of years. So I want him to get to the main title. I believe a few people of Santi and others said that he has probably reached his ceiling. I don't think so. I think he got more, but depending on what else is next for his book and his story. How do you guys feel about now with my context, my vision, my Messiah response on my rule?
I mean, I see it. I see your point. It's just I feel like LA Knight is one of those guys who could easily bounce back from like losing the title and all that, and especially to somebody like as hot as Jacob Fatu is, because like it's also one of those things like we talked about with like Jay. It's like, okay, why not strike when the iron's hot? Like give Jacob Fatu something big like this to really work with and something to really build upon and all that. So yeah, but I do see your point. I do get that. Just I feel like right now it's kind of Jacob Fatu's turn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But whose turn is it for this one? Let's talk about it.
Oh boy.
All right. So we got the WWE women's title, to be specific. Tiffany Stratton taking on Charlotte Flair. So the build for this. The build for this. So Charlotte returns at the Royal Rumble, and she wins the whole thing. Well, hey, for all you Charlotte Flair fans, which I do like Charlotte Flair, yeah, but we'll get into all this. So she chooses to face Tiffany Stratton as she feels like, Tiffany could use the Charlotte rub. Like, Tiffany, she could use this. I could use an easy win, an easy time at Mania, whatever. And I mean, there is something to kind of pull upon here because, like, they kind of pull upon this thing where it's like, oh, they're both blonde, they both do moonsaults, they're both good, like, yeah, they're both one and the same. And there's some history too with like Charlotte saying that Tiffany Stratton is the future of the company. Oh, great! There's something to build upon. Unfortunately, the build itself has not been too great. There are plenty of times where Charlotte just looked tall over Tiffany, whether that was Tiffany dealing with other people like Nia, teaming with Trish Stratus at a point, which that rub itself has kind of died down since then. There was one pull apart brawl that looked kind of bad. Charlotte had a couple matches which they were pretty good for the most part, but I mean, I have my own thoughts about Charlotte since she's come back, which I'll save for my talk with everything. And a certain interview segment that went viral for probably the wrong reasons, and then a fun little in-ring interview that also went viral for probably some of the wrong reasons as they went off script and all that stuff. That whole story that went into it, but man, all these segments have been making both women look kind of worse than before, and a lot of people are kind of hoping this puts an end to Charlotte, but there's also the fear that Charlotte might just go over Tiffany and all that. So what you guys to talk to me? Vash, you're also different from us here. So, but in a different way, in a more positive way, I think.
I'm glad.
So go ahead and start us off with this part.
I'll be honest. I'm positive Vash for this one. I'm optimistic fucking Vash for this one. If Charlotte Flair wins, your boys here going to be crashing out on the side of Cats or Watkins. He might be crashing out with me because I know he doesn't want Charlotte to win, but he believes because of the results, because of her ego and such, etc. But I will let them speak and add more to this. But when it comes to Tiffany, I hope she will win. She deserves to win. She deserves to be the one to look good out of this feud. Tiffany, you deserve this. Charlotte, with all due respect, I understand the people on the timeline, Twitter being what they are about your marriages and everything. Fuck them. The fans, people are rude. When it comes to your wrestling and your character, this is what I'm gonna say. So there's nothing about you as a person, but your booking and your character is ass. I don't need it right now. If you disappear as a wrestler right now for next year or two, we don't need you right now. If you came back too soon, and you came back too much ego, and you're proving the fans and the people that don't like you right because you came back for the Royal Rumble. I believe not even number 30. I believe it was like number 28 or 27. Was it right? She came back for the Royal Rumble. Anybody remember the number?
It was fairly late in the.
Yeah, fairly late.
I don't remember the exact number, but it was fairly late.
So whichever those numbers were, you were in the late 20s to 30. And for you to come out and become the actual winner, where myself and the guys thought other options were much better suited, but you became the one to get it, and because it was about recognition, like the 2-time of the WWE Royal Rumble, and I'm like, we didn't need that. You had any other time opportunity for the next future, but maybe there's things that we don't know that could happen in the future. But for this to be the case, Charlotte, I don't want you to be the winner. I will be annoyed because you've literally been given champions from the time I wasn't watching. Is why you have 15 fucking titles, girl. The time I wasn't here, you was given title from losing to the following week where I've been told you've been given back the title that you did not deserve. So if that been the case, I hope that Tiffany wins. But I know brain and logical aspect that the guys might be right. Guys, go ahead. Why am I wrong? And I hope I'm right though still.
Yeah.
Oh
man. Yeah. Drop, you start, because
all right.
I might have to restart my Discord really quick. So
yeah,
Drop, if you don't mind starting that real quick. I'll be right back.
All right. So I'm gonna take you guys on a journey. Actually, let me fix the thing until Watkins gets back.
Yeah, Drav, take us to the journey of where how you feel about the Tiffany and Charlotte. Talk to us.
Oh, I am. I'm just fixing the layout.
I'm all gas, no brakes tonight.
Okay, never mind. Watkins is back. I didn't. Oh shit.
Yeah. Yeah. It was really quick.
Okay. Yeah.
That like it was on my end because I was watching the stream too. Everybody was just kind of staticky on my end, but
all right. I was just fixing the layout real quick.
But now
I thought
you
were
good.
All right.
Yeah.
So I'll take you guys on a journey of like how this all started. So Charlotte ended up getting injured. I believe it was something that happened with Asuka where she tore her ACL, her MCL, and her meniscus. And she was out for about 18 months, I recall. And we had a lot of these reports coming out about Charlotte coming back, which I wasn't against, because when you hear me talk about this build and me giving my thoughts on everything as a whole, don't take it in a way that I don't like her, because that's not the case at all. I happen to like her. I enjoyed the matches that she's given us over the years and the memorable moments that we've had with her. But we had all these vignettes coming out leading up to the Royal Rumble, and they were placed before Tiffany came out to cut her little promo segments and when she was dealing with Nia Jax. And that was pretty much the highlight of the Women's Royal Rumble outside of like the NXT appearances that we had, which I was happy to see Stephanie Vecker, Jada Parker, Lash Legend, and Julia involved in there. Alexa Bliss was a great moment to have back at the Rumble. But that whole Rumble was revolved around Charlotte's return, because that's one of their key players. That's like if Cody leaves and comes back, or Seth leaves and comes back, or Roman leaves and comes back. Charlotte's one of their top ladies, just like Becky Lynch, or if Mercedes was still in the company and she made her return, she would have gotten the exact same treatment if she ever, popped up somewhere. So she ended up winning this match. It came down to her and Roxanne. And we all knew where this was going. It wasn't going to be Julia. It wasn't going to be Rhea Ripley. We obviously knew where things were headed, and it was going to be her and Tiffany Stratton. And the little story behind her and Tiffany is that Tiffany looked at Charlotte Flair as a role model which makes sense given that, you know, a lot of these ladies look up to a lot of these people that really push them to want to be involved in the business. Because you look at how things were when Charlotte, Becky, and Bayley and Sasha and all of them came into the picture. I'm using them as an examples because you had people like Roxanne come because of AJ Lee, or Bayley. You know, same thing with Lyra Valkyria. She was a really big fan of Becky Lynch. She was really close to her, and they even had a match with each other before. So imagine, you know, working with your closest idol. Same thing with a lot of the ladies as a whole. They always get inspired by somebody, which is a good thing because that's how you continue to grow the business over the years. And it ends up coming down to one of those things where you have, you know, Tiffany saying, yeah, you know, I used to look up to you, you're a role model to me and everything. But then it kind of reminds me, just based on how they're building this feud as a whole, it's kind of like you never know who your heroes truly are until you eventually meet them. And that's the sort of like mindset they've given me based on this sort of like feud that they've had, because it's been Charlotte always on top, Charlotte always outshining Tiffany. Charlotte, honestly, it felt to me that she was shooting in that like side-by-side interview that they had backstage. Seems like Tiffany was trying to follow things that was a part of the show. Charlotte wasn't really letting her getting a word in. She was pretty much saying, you're not even the hottest topic in the on this show, probably alluding to a lot of the upcoming stars in NXT, just pretty much downplaying her. And you ended up having that viral moment like Watkins said, where you had, you know, Tiffany go off script and mention, you know, Charlotte's marriages and, you know, basically everything else that they were throwing at each other within that match itself, which, again, you know, we're not condoning anything like that, but at the same time, I could see why Tiffany would decide to take a stab at that, because maybe she was kind of like frustrated with how she was being treated, and sometimes they say things on the fly, or maybe that was something she wanted to say at her because she was really pissed off, because you could tell she was like, she really wanted to get something out here, because she kind of felt like a third wheel herself, even though there's not like two people involved. She just felt like she was an outcast pretty much. It's like, I'm the champion. Right. Why am I getting outshined by somebody who doesn't even have my title? Like, I should be the topic of conversation. So to me, you know, just looking at this feud, like first starting off, it just seemed like it was all about Charlotte, nothing about Tiffany. It made it seem like Tiffany was the underdog, even though she was the one with the title. So I never understood that. And then you had the pull apart brawls, which, you know, you had that one that they had where they kept going at each other. And then you had that Miz TV segment. They were still going at each other. It even wasn't anything crazy. Now you have a whole moment where Tiffany's getting out of her car. Charlotte attacks her, you know, etc. So on. Pulls her out of the match that she had with Roxanne. You know, you see what happens after that. So my overall thoughts on this build as a whole, I honestly didn't like it at all. I was honestly expecting a little more if I was being 100% honest with you guys, but I don't like it at all. And my decision for this match, and it's really hard to bet against Charlotte Flair, I'm gonna have to say my decision is probably Charlotte Flair when it comes to her getting this title, because it's just really hard for me to look past the fact that Charlotte is gonna lose this match. Do I want to be wrong? You bet your fucking ass I want to be wrong, because you know, I'm with Vash with what he said. Tiffany deserves to be in this spot. She's the future of this division. Just like how Becky's doing, just like how Bayley's doing with Lyra right now, those two ladies are trying to help build the next generation. Charlotte, if she loses this match, it's not gonna even leave a scratch in her, not even like a little dent, nothing. So if Charlotte put Tiffany over in this match, it would just really help put Tiffany in that spot where she needs to be, just like how she did with Rhea Ripley. And that story was a little bit different because that was sort of Rhea Ripley's redemption arc against Charlotte. So you kind of saw Rhea coming out of that match with a win, even though you were like a little skeptical maybe Charlotte might pull it off. But again, that was different. You could have easily saw the route that was going based on that story. But it just seems like a whole clown fest of Tiffany Stratton. Like, I never seen Tiffany Stratton look this bad. With the both of them, I never really seen them look this bad. It's almost like a circus act when it came to that back and forth with them in the ring, saying all these things, going viral online. We even talked about it on Grappling with the Week too. So it's like, I want to say Tiffany, and if we come on here that night and talk about it, because it is happening on night one and Tiffany wins, I mean, they played us like a fucking fiddle, and I'm happy about that. But I'm gonna have to say Charlotte. I can't. It's hard for me to bet against Charlotte Flair.
Yeah, and I mean, with my 2 cents, with a couple things I want to add with, because I agree with a lot of what Drop said, but part of it with me too, Tiffany has really lost her bite as a babyface, and this is just something that we constantly see when a really good heel turns babyface in WWE. LA Knight was lucky enough because, like, at least with his shtick, he was able to kind of turn that and make it into something like The Rock or Stone Cold had. That's why a lot of people called him like Diet Rock or whatever. But like with Tiffany, she's still very green in the business. Because again, she's only like what 25, 26 and all that. So it's like she's still very young in this. And so she hasn't really learned how to like truly get into that heel factor that she has while being a babyface, like being endearing. Like, we like Tiffany because of the person that she was, because of like how she didn't care about people. Like she was the top bitch in a way. Like, with lack of a better term, she was top bitch. She knew she was, and she made sure you knew about it. And since her turning babyface, since her even winning the title, well, no, even before then, since her being Miss Money in the Bank and being underneath Nia, like that really damaged. I think that damaged Tiffany. Like, as much as they want to be like, oh yeah, this was all part of her plan to, betray Nia and all that. Just like, yeah, we know. It's like that. There's a video that Aaron Hansen or Eager Raptor did years, millennia ago almost, where he did a video about Mega Man X, and it was about this part of a video game where it's just like you're playing a modern video game, and you have this moment where like they keep telling you these hints, keep telling you things that you already know or things that you could already figure out on your own, and you have that moment of, yeah, I get it. That was the whole Tiffany with Nia thing. It's like, yeah, we know she's going to betray Nia. It's obvious. When are you going to do it? And they took forever to do that.
Yeah.
And then after that, like, she had moments where she had that bite to her, but it kept decreasing every so often and ever so more. And like the Trish Stratus rub kind of helped. That way they could get done with Nia. But then Charlotte enters the picture, and it just goes completely out of the wall. Because like Tiffany's like heavily relying on her script. She's doing that. And like Charlotte trying to push, the off the script stuff, which we've heard people do that many times over. Where
Many
like,
years.
This is sinkers. Like, yeah, and like, because John Cena, for example, was one person that would always try to get people off the script, to push them to go beyond all of that. And like, I get that mindset, because like, how can you get better if you don't push yourself and to go like beyond the walls that are being brought up to you? But the other thing is, Tiffany is still very green and all that. She hasn't, experienced most of that. And to really throw her for the first time, I don't want to say the first time really, but like to really throw her into almost, I mean, I want to say the deep end, but it's even worse than the deep end because it's Charlotte Flair, and she's way different on the mic than most other women are on the roster. Like, to throw Tiffany into that, I feel bad for Tiffany. Like, she truly was, like, as those reports say, she was in a sink or swim situation, and unfortunately, she kind of sank. And that's mainly from the side-by-side interview when they weren't in the ring. When we got to that in-ring promo, oh my God, that was probably the worst television I have watched in WWE since freaking, what was it? This Is Your Life, Bailey. Remember that crap
I
when
felt
we got that?
I felt like I was watching the show, the Murphy, where like you're not the father, like such bad type of
Oh,
written
Maury.
script.
Yeah.
Murray, thank you, Murray.
Yeah. But
Like just bad television, bad writing. It was like we had one where she literally couldn't speak, and I felt like Charlotte was being more green, where Tiffany was looking good out there saying, Chicago, tell me how it is. You don't like her. Everyone agreed and everything. Charlotte Flair got so booed that she couldn't let a word out. But at least with Dominic, it's a gimmick and it's part of his character and it's part of where he's trying to put a word out. He can't say a single word. But then Charlotte Flair gets double like her to even fucking ask the audience, what do you want me to say, Chicago? You're not letting me speak. I'm like, what the fuck you doing? You're an experienced veteran in public speaking, and you got rattled. Take a drop, and you got rattled enough to even talk to the audience. Like you're literally breaking fourth wall in the aspect of telling the audience, "Hey guys, shut the fuck up. You're not letting me speak. Let me finish the promo." But then once she goes a bit off script and get you under your feathers, and then you be like, oh, and that's why Ludwig is under my DM. I'm like, nobody, literally nobody believed that. And even Ludwig said the next day, like, I wasn't nowhere near that. Don't flatter yourself. I'm like, yeah. So this looks so messy. Like out of all the matches in this card, this one is the most messy. As much as that the real one is messier to some extent, this one is messy in the booking and in the characterization. With the Rhea and everything, that's just messy on which one they're trying to do with and trying to add a little sprinkle out of that. But with Tiffany and Charlotte, like Charlotte, you are literally not accepting to know and even lie to yourself until I'm like, they're either gonna boo me or woo me. I'm like,
well,
I guess
sure. With Charlotte though, it's like I want to touch on her real quick because I do like Charlotte Flair. I do really like her. I think she is one of the best women's wrestlers, in the world. I think she is. Something with her coming back though, like I hope she's okay. That's what I'm gonna start off by saying that I hope she's okay because I don't think she's at the level that she was when she left. And I think she's got some mental blocks in her since her injury. Cause like her matches that she's had with like BFAB and Michin, like say what you want, BFAB's still green, Michin, I mean shit, Michin's good, but like both of those matches were really, really slow. They were really just like a lot slower than most Charlotte Flair matches too. So like I don't know if there's like still something going on with the injury. I don't know if it's again a mental block, but like even just like as a presentation, Charlotte just doesn't seem like the Charlotte that I knew from before the injury. So that's why like part of it, like, and a lot of people just like the internet is shitty. Like that's par for the course when you're talking about the internet and the IWC. Like they can be pretty shitty, and that's why like I say all this with like a voice of concern because like I do feel for Charlotte right now. Like, and I'm hoping everything's fine because like as a presentation wise, doesn't look like Charlotte Flair. This looks like somebody that is cosplaying Charlotte Flair, and like I don't know what that is. And again, I hope she's okay, because again, I know what it's like to go through a divorce, whether it's one divorce or three divorces. That shit doesn't that doesn't that doesn't feel good at all, So I don't know if she's still dealing with that stuff too, because she's also on the same roster as him, and going by, I don't know what happened in their past with it to lead to it all, but that's for me to speculate. It's just I hope she's okay because again, I know it's a broken record kind of saying this, just she doesn't look like the Charlotte Flair I know, and it sucks to say or feel that or think that, but like it's the truth. And we come on here, we're going to tell you guys how we feel. We're going to be honest with you all. And I'm being honest with y'all. This is not the Charlotte Flair. But saying that, I still think she's going to go over at WrestleMania. That's the brain talking. The heart wants Tiffy, and I feel like Tiffy really should be the one to go over. But I don't think the company's going to do that. I think they're going to give the title to Charlotte, and they're going to have her go on a little run, and Tiffany's going to have to scrap back up to defeat Charlotte again. And it's going to suck. It's going to suck that night if we do have to talk about that. It's going to suck on that night reacting to that. But this is also just one of those picks for me where it's just like, I dare you, WWE. I dare you to prove me right. And because in this instance, I don't want to be right, but you're going to do it. You're going to prove me right.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to like it. As a fan, I'm not going to like it. And we'll come on here, we'll bitch and moan and all that. I'll be the one to also definitely be vocal, bitching and moaning and all that. But like, it's just, we're consumers and we just want what's best for us because we're the ones that are making your business.
Don't forget about that, WWE. Don't forget about that.
Yeah, but again, I at least wanted to say the thing about Charlotte because like there's been a lot of negativity with her online, about her and all that, and I do feel for her. She did get rattled, yes, and that could just be coming from whatever might be going on with her own personal life, which things suck. Yes, and you really should push it aside in a professional sense, but sometimes it does get to you in your professional work, and trust me from experience, I know this because I've had moments in my own work during my own time recently. Well, not like super recently, but like 2 years ago. Like I had that shit happen too, so I get it. Just I hope you're okay, girl. I really hope you are. Well, on to something that I think we all like. Main event, the main event of the whole shebang. We're gonna touch on this now, right here, smack dab late into our show. The WWE title is gonna be on the line as Cody Rhodes takes on John Cena. The build for this, really, I mean, some of it started just at the beginning of the year where Cena announced, his retirement tour and all that. He entered the Royal Rumble. He was the runner-up of the Royal Rumble, almost won it, but then he lost it to Jey Uso. And so now how else is he going to get to WrestleMania? Well, he wants number 17. Let me enter the Elimination Chamber. And he ends up winning the Elimination Chamber. And after that, we got the big heel turn with him aligning with The Rock and Travis Scott, beating down Cody Rhodes and all that. And John, again, he's gunning for his historical number 17 on his retirement tour. And the whole world was asking, well, why, John? Why? And he tried to blame the fans a little bit, which he had every right to do so. I mean, for the better part of 20 years, people have been either for him or heavily against him. But like, it wasn't until his last promo with Cody that he basically said, hey, I don't like you, Cody. Like, I don't like the fact that some chauffeur is the WWE champion, is the one that's the quarterback for the company right now. That just irks me so badly. And I'm tired of all the disrespect from people. And he's ready to show what he actually is. Again, I've said it before on some of our shows. This is evil Superman. This is Superman turning heel on us. And he's vowing to not only win the title, but he's vowing to become the final WWE champion. And by the end of the year, walking away with that title. And the only person in his way right now is Cody Rhodes, our shonen protagonist, if you will, of the WWE. And Cody needs to stop him, not only to protect himself and the WWE title, but for all the wrestling world going forward. A lot to dive in with this, a lot to kind of dissect when it came to the build for this. That's only just the tip of the iceberg with some of the stuff that was said. But I'm going to move on to you guys with our predictions, our thoughts on the build. Vash, go ahead and start. Who do you think's going to win? Who do you think's going to walk out of WrestleMania as the WWE champion? Your thoughts on the build? Talk to me.
All right, chat. I'm gonna keep it simple because I know we've been going right now for a 3-hour show, so I'm gonna keep it simple because also I don't
Hell
want to
yeah.
repeat myself. I'm glad for everyone that's been tuning in, watching us. You know, give the like, give the comments, give the subscribe. That you guys are enjoying the content that we're giving. I want to put that quick plug out of the way. But 2, to keep it simple, my heart right now, my about to be 29-year-old heart, I want Cody Rhodes to win. I'm a guy that been part of the journey for him, part of the story, the cinema. Gotta finish the story since 2023 to now where we are. He's in the story. He's doing his next chapter to where he is the title. He now has been passing 365 days. But my heart, my other heart, my childhood, my inner heart, my brain tells me, John Cena, can you see me? Hustle, loyalty, respect. We got Thugonomics. We got him appearing his last tour, getting his 17th title win. He's turned heel after 25 years of being our superhero. He became the dark side. He became our Anakin Skywalker. He's joined Darth Plagueis. He's become him. But the thing is, John Cena, you have not been at work a lot. You came to the Europe tour, but you know why? Because that worked for your schedule because you're right now filming over there. Look, I work in the entertainment industry. I've been my part and shared. I've been in the production room. I've been in the pre-production where I know actor schedules. I know where things get convoluted, where things happen. Some people were supposed to be, you know, in the One Piece live action, but things could happen because of scheduling. Very normal things to happen. However, John Cena, if you plan that this would be your last tour, to know that, hey, I'm gonna go all out, WWE, Triple H, marketing, saying that this, you know, we have a schedule planned out. I believe they told us 38 days. Understandable. You want to highlight all the PLEs. But John, if you're not here, isn't that the same shit that people were complaining about Roman Reigns for the past 4 years that you wasn't here? That's what I'm saying. So it's hard to say my exact choice right now at this moment, but if I have to, so I could just clip this out or go on Sunday. And right now, me and Wankers will be in the next 40 hours emotional, be like, who is it? Who could it be? 1, 2, 3, who wins? I would love to say John Cena right now. That's my choice. Lock it in, put it in a lottery. That's my choice, John Cena.
Go ahead, Drop. What you got for us?
So I have a few things to say about this build that you guys might feel differently with, which is fine because we're all on here to have different looks on how things are structured in the company. So when it came to John Cena's retirement tour, I was looking forward to it. I've always been a fan of Cena because when I was a kid, it went from Austin to Rock, then it went to Cena, then it went to AJ Styles, and now it's like with Cody Rhodes. So like I've been a fan with like a lot of these guys, but Cena was my childhood when it came to a lot of the adventures that I went on him with, when it came to stuff that went on with The Rock, the stuff with Orton, Punk, you name it, we all been there, we all know the story. So when I saw him announce his retirement tour, you know, it hit me. This is someone we grew up with, and eventually we have to come to terms that these guys aren't going to be here forever. Randy's not going to be here forever. Punk's not going to be here forever. It's just a part of the game. So when he came back on that Monday Night Raw premiere, he announced his journey to go to the Royal Rumble. Unfortunately, wasn't able to do it there. He did it at the Elimination Chamber. He turned heel, which is one of the biggest moments in wrestling history because nobody ever expected that to happen, especially the way Vince's mind was. He was very strict on doing that with Cena, given what happened with Austin and how that turned out. So it's like he didn't really want to go down that path again. But now you see it now, and I was like, okay, this is going to be very interesting. What are they going to do with this? We see him come on that Monday Night Raw for those 2 weeks, and like Watkins says, one of the biggest feuds John Cena has had outside of wrestling opponents is the fans. So the way that he addressed that, it made sense due to the history of him and the fans. I mean, can we forget the famous John Cena versus RVD match where he's just walking down there with his head down, holding up the title?
Kept throwing his shirt back.
Yeah. So it's like, Yeah, so it's like people like rejected him all the time. So it's like the fact that he came out there and he addressed all of that. Okay, we understood that whole entire thing. But my biggest gripe with this is I wanted to see more with him and Cody Rhodes, because that's your WrestleMania opponent. Outside of that little back and forth that you did with Cody, I wanted to see a little bit more than that. Why did we have to wait 2 weeks for you to return because of that whole tour? And like Vash says, maybe that fit your schedule because of what you were doing with the filming. But why couldn't we get something that following week? That following Raw, and then the Raw after that? Like, why couldn't this be an ongoing thing? Like, you confront Rhodia, you confront Cody on Raw, you can see him on SmackDown, you could do this and that. It's like, I wanted to see more of that between these two guys. And yeah, we're getting it tomorrow on SmackDown, but still, it's like, I don't really feel like it lived up to the vision that I saw it, which is why I was a little disappointed, because, okay, we got the stuff with John and the fans, but that's all you got for Cody? And Cody stood his ground. I give him credit for it. He stood his ground. He knew what to say back, but still, there could have been a lot more there to really add to the feud. And my pick is John Cena to win this match, because you got to capitalize on that historic moment. But again, they could do something completely different to justify that, and maybe he doesn't win. Because my heart does say Cody, because I'm a big Cody Rhodes guy. I love Cody Rhodes. I thank my mother for getting me that collectible card that I need to get more of, because those things are pretty fucking awesome. But I think it's going to be Cena, just based on what I said. But I'm really hoping, if he does win, and I get it falls into the whole story of, oh, you want all this, you want a theme, you want a new theme and clothes and all this kind of shit. Like, I get it falls in with him not showing up, selling yourself to The Rock, doing whatever you want. I get it fits. But if you're the champion, like Vash said it the perfect way. You need to show up. You need to stay consistent, because I remember when Brock had that fucking title. I couldn't stand that shit. And then when Roman had the title, I couldn't stand that either, but I also was able to, I guess, come to terms with it a little bit, but at the same time, it still frustrated me. But with Cena, like, I honestly thought he would have had it structured out a little bit better. Maybe it's a little bit better in the summer where he's there on a weekly basis. But I just really want him to have a consistent schedule, because God forbid, he shows up at the beginning of the month and then he shows up like that following Friday before the pay-per-view on that Saturday. Like how we're seeing it with Backlash. He's only going to be there on that Monday Night Raw, that SmackDown, and then after that, he's going to be on that Friday before Backlash. I mean, God forbid, Randy Orton has to carry this feud again. Like, do we really want to see that be an ongoing thing where it's like Randy Orton carries the feud, CM Punk carries the feud, because that's next. So it's like, do we really want to see that? And I'm just hoping that they have something structured where he can be there to do something, because not even Rock was there to really sell a few points, because he could have been there and I could have been okay with that too. But we're not going to see Rock until Sunday.
Drop to add to that, there was any type of social media presence like it was to last year with The Rock, where he was giving like Cody, I remember he was in a horse place doing a whole speech of a promo
every single Friday.
Like every single week, he was talking shit about Cody Rhodes, mama, I'm gonna come and get you. Like just trying to start threatening every single week. And this time around, they're either too busy working, or they have no marketing strategy, or like, hey, John Cena, you're doing these little special appearances. I'm like, yo, this is falling flat, my G. Like, how you gonna do this for us and get us excited? Like, we're here for it, but you cannot be excited just by your name. Like, you need to do the work for us as well.
Right.
Yeah, that's why there's a part of me where it's like, it makes sense from a booking standpoint for John to win. But at the same time, if this is what we're going to get, there's also a part of me that wants Cody to hold it until they actually have, hypothetically, something that happens in the summer where he is there or someone else comes up in the fray and then they end up taking the title off of Cody. Because, Cody would be fine if he loses, but at the same time, I just, it's hard for me to come to terms if it does go down this direction, if they don't have like a proper schedule with this. Because I don't want to see Randy carry a feud or all this other stuff. We've seen it so much. Is Randy going to sell the same promo every week? I mean, look what Cody's doing. he's on his like last leg trying to sell this match because of all those titles on that Friday Night SmackDown, talking about the lineage between with all those titles and looking at the spinner bell. I mean, he's always a good promo, don't get me wrong, but it's like you can only do that so much. It sucks because when Cody's, honestly, if you look at it, he's been dealing with that a lot. The stuff with Roman, the stuff with just basically like basically feuds he's had since he's come back. He's run into a lot of opponents like that where it's like he's got to carry it on his own. The good example as well is the whole thing with Brock. And that wasn't a title match, but he had to sell that match himself because Brock never wanted to show up. So
that is true.
I don't know, man. But Cena, like I said,
Mm.
prove me wrong.
So, okay. So at the beginning of this year, everyone, all y'all knew I had an agenda to push during this whole final year of John Cena.
Yeah.
Win number 17. Come hell or high water, win number 17. If the whole year is the chase, fine, great, honest, cool. If you win it at WrestleMania, cool, even better, because hey, it'll be 20 years since he won number 1. So kind of how poetic would that be for him to win the record-breaking 17 on like the 20 years since he won the first one? Hey, cool, great. There's a nice little random bit of storytelling right there too for you. And
Yeah.
I think because like you guys brought up really good points about, because I also lived through the whole Brock not being there thing, and I
The catch-up title.
hated that. Yeah, the fucking jam title and all that, and like Roman's ladder run with the title, like that wasn't good either. That didn't live up to expectations either. And I do see the points you guys are raising about like, oh, this didn't really match our expectations, which I've been kind of like that too. It's just like, okay, I kind of expected more from this run as well. But I think what kind of makes me feel a little better, because I also have Cena winning, both heart and mind, soul. Cena kind of needs to win, because not only do you kind of need to justify the heel turn more,
Yeah.
Yeah,
you I feel like the whole story with like Cena's last year and like the whole stuff with the WWE title, there's something very compelling about John Cena winning the title and not being around, because I think this is why like it kind of eases the blow of him not being around as much than it did with like Roman and Brock. Because like I remember with Roman, I kept saying, oh, maybe there's a reason he's not around so much. Maybe like I was trying to justify it myself, like, oh, maybe something's going on in his personal life, or maybe he's doing some movie stuff, filming stuff, and all that stuff. So I'm like, okay, I was trying to justify it my own way, and nothing came out, no reports came out, nothing really came out about why he wasn't showing up. So it's just like, then you get in your mind, okay, well, he just doesn't want to show up, or whatever. And I mean, Brock's thing, that was definitely because he didn't want to freaking show up to work at all. I mean, that man treated that title like it was crap. He was just getting a paycheck no matter what.
Yeah.
But at least with Cena, there's a reason behind it, because even in his words, he's like, I'm going to you will never see it again. You guys are going to have to make new toys for you to sell, because I'm going to have this one. I'm going to have this last one, and I'm going to keep it, and I'm going to take it. And I think that is a good story to kind of tell throughout the year with him holding the title. Because, like, yeah, you could have the feud with Orton at Backlash. You got that. Yeah. And, I get what you guys are saying with, like, okay, only one side's really going to have to carry it all. And, like, this kind of ties in, too, with the whole idea of, like, Rollins being part of this group, because it's like, Rollins would be the stand-in to kind of help kind of build that. It's just like, okay, you want Cena, well, I mean, that's great and all, but you're probably not going to get him. I mean, you can always do a thing where you can go through me, but I'm not about that either. I got my own shit to do. But like, they could always twist it like that. But like, I think again with me, it eases the blow just knowing that there is a story that they're building, not only just around that idea, but this could also be something that works really well with Cena's schedule. Because like, because like you guys hinted at too, like we haven't gotten much with The Rock either through all this, which is kind of weird considering, again, last year's build. But I part of me, this is the optimistic part of me, wants to lean towards the whole idea of like, okay, this is probably because of their schedules this year, which kind of sucks. And in your mind, you're just like, well, why didn't you guys do something different? But I mean, that's neither here nor there when it comes to that, because we don't live in their world. We don't know what's really going on back there. But yeah, and I think there's a just a more intriguing story with like who can save the company, who can save the title from this monster that has the biggest prize, the key to the kingdom, the one to rule it all, the one ring to rule them all. Like who can defeat that power and get that entity that really just contains the history of the company, It could be Cody getting it back, because that would be, the big rub maybe later on in the year. It could be the rematch with Punk, and that's how we get Cody Punk and all that. It could be Roman finally attaining his rightful place again. And I mean, as much as that would be like, okay, why are we giving the title back to Roman? I mean, there is an option. There's also, maybe Randy just quickly takes it from him and we lead to Cody taking it from Randy. I think either way, it's going to end up with Cody getting that title back by the end of the year. It's just, how do we get there? What's the story we go through it? Because that's the other thing too. In WWE, especially this week, have kind of started leaning more towards, hey, we don't give a shit about our in-ring action. It's all about the drama and the story. So it's like, okay, you guys are blatantly saying this now. I'm kind of more in line with that, because yeah, we could keep booking these dream matches that Cena's gonna have. Like, they said, oh yeah, he's gonna have 30-something plus dates and all that. But looking at it now, it's looking more like most of those dates are gonna be him appearing and giving a quick promo and maybe a few matches. So we're probably not going to get a lot of those dream matches with like younger talent and all that. We're probably not going to get things like Drew versus John, or even Damian versus John. We're probably not going to get a rematch with him and AJ, So I mean, I'm trying to get those ideas out of my mind, because I think then getting those expectations out will kind of ease the blow on whatever they end up doing. And hell, I could be wrong, Drop could be wrong, Vash could be wrong, we could all be wrong about what they actually do. Because again, we don't know what's going to happen. We don't know what they have planned and all that. They could have something even totally different planned out for the rest of the year.
Maybe another swerve.
Like, yeah, it could be another swerve, where maybe it's actually something where it's like The Rock shows up. It's just like, yeah, Cena, you're not the actual guy. The winner from the last night's triple threat is the actual guy. And we get another like heist of the century from Seth Rollins, which there's another little piece of history. It's been 10 years since that happened. That could also be a thing. That could be another swerve, like who knows what's going to happen. And I mean, that's just an idea I just thought of just right now too. So, take that with a grain of salt, or, truckload of it or whatever. But like, I just feel like, with WWE's mindset right now, when it comes to like more story driven rather than more action, I feel like they're going to lean more towards the John win and do what they're going to do with him going forward this year.
Yeah. All I really want at the end of it is, like, outside of the winner, I want there to be a significant moment, just like night one, to carry on until like the Raw and SmackDown.
Yeah,
Agreed.
Like, just have us want to tune in the next night for Monday Night Raw.
Yeah.
But I think we've gone on pretty long with that one. Let's move on. We got a few more matches here. I know it's getting pretty late for everybody, but we'll get through everything here. We got our women's world title on the line now. We've got Io Sky defending her championship against Rhea Ripley and Bianca Belair in a triple threat match. This has been one of the more wonky builds going into this. We had a tease early on in the year with like Io and Rhea like both holding the belts and all that. Io was later screwed by Rhea Ripley by Rhea smacking Liv across the face and leading to a DQ. So Io can't be in the Elimination Chamber now, but she gets a consolation prize by facing Rhea the night after Elimination Chamber, or like the Raw after Elimination Chamber, in a title match. All the meanwhile, Bianca, goes on to win the Elimination Chamber, and she has her match against whoever wins. And she's there at the first match to witness everything. And in a very weird decision, Rhea starts yelling at Bianca near the end of the match about, for cheering on Io. And this leads to Rhea losing the match. Rhea, first of all, in a backstage, like online only segment, Rhea blaming herself and then doing a complete 180 and blaming Bianca for it all. And her and Bianca are continuing to have this just argument with each other, shoving Io aside on multiple instances. And it just leads to like this big old confusion where like Rhea signs the contract. There's a rematch between her and Io with Bianca as special guest referee, which just gets thrown out because Bianca keeps getting hit by the two, and Adam Pearce just gives them all what they want or don't want in a triple threat match. This was very messy as a build, I think. This was probably the one that I definitely was not a fan of because I think this really damaged Rhea as a character. And I mean, Bianca, she at least got some more bite to her as well through this. And Io, I feel the worst for it because she just keeps getting thrown to the side by both of these women. And I mean, it just leads, I'm just going to say right now, this leads to me wanting Io to win and thinking Io's going to win because I think both Bianca and Rhea are going to be so fixated on each other. And like the whole story of them just continuously pushing Io aside is going to lead to Io winning. And I mean, Bianca and Rhea can have their feud moving forward with whatever they do. Yeah, I'm just going Io with this. So Vash, who you got? What do you think of the build? And yeah.
Look, chat, I'm gonna keep it simple. Io is my choice. She should not be a transitional champion. Like Santi said, anytime Io is on camera and she's a champion, I'm glad me and Walkers were not doing our sidecast this Monday, because when Io came out the way she did in those booty shorts, our face would be like, ma'am.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean last week?
Yeah, last week. I'm like, ma'am, what you doing? What you doing? What you
Yeah,
doing?
I'll show you my
Anyway.
thought. Yeah.
Io is the winner. My choice in that being the case.
Yeah.
I don't have much thoughts in the feud because me and the guys have been ranting on a couple weeks now on this being so convoluted bullshit. Not in the best way or the nicest way I'm trying to say. It's more like, imagine you having a feud with your friends and having like a disagreement, but you guys are both saying the same shit but not seeing eye to eye. But then there's like a third party person comes in out of nowhere and jumps in and tries to tell us that what we're trying to say. But like, yeah, bitch, I know that's what we're saying, but we're not just getting the point across. And it's like, oh my god, you guys just don't see it. This is what it feels like. Like just somebody butting into the business of somebody else, even though they were never supposed to be there. AKA Rhea Ripley. You lost your match, but then Bianca, I'm sorry to say, Bianca got a point. And it's crazy to say that Bianca's getting booed in Europe and across the world. And even when she came back, even during Chicago, it's like, and look, chat, please don't try to add any race into it. As much as you guys can believe it is or anything, don't. It's hard to prove it. That's one. Two, when it comes to Bianca, she, canon story-wise, has never gotten pinned at WrestleMania. So she's not the one getting pinned. It's going to be Io pinning Rhea once again, and it's going to be having this over her. That's my case. Case closed on my end. Drop, how do you feel? Are you on the Io trend like you've always been at? And how do you feel about the story?
So I was very vocal when it came to the original route that we were going with this, because like I said earlier, I believe I mentioned this, I thought the image was clear earlier in the year that it was going to be Rhea Ripley getting the title back from Liv Morgan, and then we were going to dive into that program with Rhea and Io, considering that they teased that last year when they both held the title. And there was a lot of reports or rumors saying, yeah, that seems to be in the cards. And then all of a sudden, we have what happened at the Rumble, and then Io ended up getting screwed out of the Elimination Chamber match, which was really strange to me because that's like the perfect environment for that woman. So hopefully, if she isn't champion, not saying I want the title off of her, hopefully she gets that opportunity next year if she doesn't have the title around that time. But, I want her to have the title as long as she can. But we ended up seeing, Bianca enter the fray. And I was like, okay, maybe they're doing this because they want to give us a little preview of Bianca and Rhea, because I feel like coming out of this, we're probably going to be getting like the building grounds once that feud starts taking off. Because I know I was saying this could have been like a WrestleMania match we could see next year, but I'm starting to think maybe this is a potential WrestleMania. This is a potential match that we see at SummerSlam. And to me, it kind of feels like a similar case with the men's triple threat when it comes to Roman, Seth, and Punk, where I feel like I spoke earlier with Roman and Punk canceling each other out, I feel like Rhea and Bianca are going to cancel each other out because they're so focused on each other. Even in their promo segments on Monday, like they made little remarks about Io, but it was mainly focused on Rhea. If Bianca was talking about it, or if Bianca was talking about Rhea, it was mainly focused on her. And then you had a little marks about Io in there, obviously, because she's champion. But it's just the way that the whole build feels, where it's like, I mentioned about Tiffany feeling out of place, even though she's the champion. Io's like the women's world champion, and they're treating her like she doesn't even have the title in this feud. She's being overlooked and everything. So to me, that just tells me, it's like, why would you take the title off of her? It's like you're making like the focus on Rhea and Bianca so much. Why are you gonna like take Io out of the fray and give the title to like Bianca or Rhea? Like, that doesn't make any sense in the slightest. So I honestly feel like it's gonna be one of those scenarios where it's gonna be a great match, potential show stealer. Might be one of those matches you talk about coming out of the weekend, because these are three great performers in the ring. But it just makes the most sense in the world for Io to retain her title, because again, Rhea needs that character development. She's acting like a child, just like Charlotte Flair said when they confronted each other. And Bianca's just too focused on whatever Rhea's doing, and she also has her own issues to deal with the whole Naomi and Jade situation, like I mentioned earlier, that I feel like she's not done with. And I feel like if you're just gonna give Io the title, then have her lose it, it just feels weird. And also, when it comes to Japanese wrestlers at WrestleMania, I'm honestly hoping she pulls out a W, because they don't have the best of luck there, at least from my knowledge, because I know Asuka doesn't have the best of luck there, especially. I know Shinsuke didn't have his moment with AJ that one year, but that's basically on him. But I'm honestly hoping that she comes out here, and it's a good moment. Second year coming in as a world champion. That's pretty fucking awesome. I never expected that, but she's coming in here as a champion again, and I feel like she needs this moment. They're obviously overlooking her. Have her walk out with the W. Io Sky all the way. If it doesn't happen, honestly, like I actually, like, I know we'll probably rant about whatever happens with the Charlotte match, but I might actually be a little pissed off if she doesn't walk away with this title, given how she's being treated in this build.
Yep,
Agree that too.
Yeah. So, oh man, yeah, that's enough about the women's title match. Intercontinental title match. Oh, we got a four-way going on. We've got Braun Breaker defending his title against Penta, Dirty Ass Dom, and Finn Balor. The build with this, the emotional part of this build is mainly to deal with the Judgment Day, because Dom and Finn just can't seem to see eye to eye. Dom wants to do more for the group, but Finn's kind of looking out only for himself and just looking out for Finn and all that. Meanwhile, Penta's just trying to make a name for himself, win some gold and all that, and Braun just wants to keep spearing people and all that. A bunch of matches, including like a tag team match between the two sides. some IC title opportunities for some of them, like Dom. I think Dom got a shot, or at least he faced Braun, I think, if I remember correctly. Penta definitely got a shot, which he
Yeah.
was screwed out of. And yeah, Finn just wants the title back and all that. Yeah, just a big old storm of pride and egos getting in the way with this match. Guys, who do we think is going to win? Because, I mean, it looks like we're somewhat on the same boat. With it being Dom, I'm just going to go ahead and say mine now. I think Dom should win this one because I think him winning it, having one over on Finn, is a much more compelling story than like Finn winning. As much as I want Finn to win, I think Dom winning a title like that has more of a story to go with it. Penta winning would also be really good, but I think he has enough time to where he can win a title later on down the road. And Braun, I mean, his reign has been very hit or miss. Like it's hit when he's on TV, but again, like when Netflix started, he was barely on. You know, so I mean, there's a whole conversation to have there.
Yeah,
but I mean, I think
the IC champion on the side.
I think once he drops it, just send him to the main event scene. You know, like have him go for that world title. You know, like have him do a few main events. Have him like roll with some of those people and really see what he's about. You know, I mean, as much as he could rule the mid card, the guy can main event. I mean, we've seen him on NXT with all this stuff. But go ahead, Vash. What were your thoughts on all this?
Like you say, let the dogs out. We got a boy Braun Breaker. He's gonna let the dogs out once he gets to the main roster. But for this match, like we said earlier, for Naomi and Jade, any of them could win. There you can't go wrong. With this one as well, you can't go wrong with anybody. We have Braun Breaker. If he wins, he looks more unstoppable. Being the IC champion, he looks good. Maybe we could fix the flops that Walker's brought up earlier. That his title reign for the IC title in the second going is better than the first, but it's been a bit wonky since it's been convoluted with the Judgment Day, and it's been presented by the Netflix booking, not so great. However, when it comes to Dom, he's my wild card. Not saying that I don't believe that they will pull the trigger, but I don't think so because of how much he don't get to speak and the booing and everything. But depending, because we had him a reference a couple weeks back, we had Dom dressed as our boy, his father, the Latino and he stayed at the IC title. They did the references of how, you know, a good 15 years ago of how he looked back then as the Latino Heat of Eddie Guerrero. So that's also possible. We have Penta, great choice. Like Watkins said, if he loses, he has other opportunities down the line. If he wins, they're pulling the trigger for him. I don't mind. Finn is my choice. My heart is because I feel like it'll be a great addition to having him back, having some gold. That's a singles. You only had the tag team around his waist for the past year. It would be nice to see him having the IC title. That is my context. I don't mind either of these four gentlemen. You cannot go wrong.
Yep. All right. Well, what about you, Drop? What do you feel about this IC title match? Build, winner. Who you got?
So I'm glad that we have these names involved, like Braun, Penta, Dom, and Finn, because it gives them all something to do. So I do like that. I mean, Braun's there. He's doing what he can do based on where the booking is taking him with the title. Penta being there because he's one of the biggest stars that they recently signed, and he's been pushed very well. But like you said, Watkins, the whole story revolves around Dom and Finn, and I feel like this is probably what the match is going to center around, because Braun can easily lose this match and not get pinned and then just propel to the main event scene afterwards. And that could easily be somebody that Jey Uso feuds with for that world heavyweight title. That could potentially be a first opponent, or if they want Braun to run in or just have a feud with another main eventer, they can do something like that. And then Penta, it would be like a good feel-good moment, rewarding him for all his hard work. But I feel like this is probably going to be the night where the Judgment Day is over. Like, if my pick is Dom, by the way, but I feel like the way that this match is going to come to a close is that Dom is going to pin Finn Balor, get a one-up over him, proving Finn wrong, because Finn has been constantly talking down to Dom, really in his face, saying he's not this, saying he's not that, saying he's not prepared to do anything. And I feel like that's what it's going to come down to. You're going to have Dom win the title. You're going to have Finn completely done with the Judgment Day. 'Cause I feel after that, there really is no way to really bring him back to the clubhouse. And I feel like that could probably be the building stages to what we saw that report come out a little earlier this year about potentially getting Finn Balor back on track again. And I feel like the Judgment Day's honestly run its course. You can't really do anything, and Finn's not really benefiting from it anymore. And I just really want to see the guy just repackaged, brought to the way he was before, having the demon actually mean something. So yeah, Dom should win this. I feel like it would be a really good moment, and I feel like a lot of people that I've noticed outside of us wouldn't be upset with that outcome.
Yeah, a lot of people seem to be jumping on board the Dom train, which is fine. It's good to see that, because I think now he's going to be entering his new his Eddie Guerrero phase, if you will, where it's like, yeah, he's kind of a cheeky little bastard, but oh, we love you being a cheeky little bastard. All right. Another match coming up here, another kind of a grudge match here. We have Drew McIntyre taking on Damian Priest in a Las Vegas street fight. So this is a match that has a stipulation. One of the few matches on this card that has one. The build for this, I mean, 2024, not a great year for Drew. I mean, he won the world title, yeah, but it only lasted for a couple minutes because of his obsession with Punk. Again, he got punked on multiple occasions throughout the year, wasting his Money in the Bank opportunity, losing another world title match, bleeding a lot in 2024, losing the 2025 Royal Rumble and Elimination Chamber match. And I mean, as much as people wanted to bitch and moan online about, like, oh, Drew versus Damian Priest, why are we getting that? It makes a lot of sense when you look at the year Drew had, because not only was there Punk involved, who was in orbit around all of that? Damian Priest. Damian Priest cashed in on Drew McIntyre at WrestleMania almost a year ago. Damian Priest was the world champion when Drew McIntyre, tried to cash in. Drew McIntyre even had a match against Damian Priest at Clash of the Castle that he was kind of screwed out of. Like, Damian Priest has been everywhere during this build, like during Drew's year of Punk. And so it makes all the sense for them to clash at WrestleMania, because these are two guys, they've held the top titles. They are main eventers. So yeah, have them have a grudge match, give them a stipulation, which you just did in this Las Vegas street fight, and yeah, let them just go at it. I mean, Drew's just he's obsessed with being right. Damian's at his limit break when it comes to his anger meter and all that. Let them go at it. Let them just kick each other's asses. And I mean, I'm going Drew with this one. I think Drew needs to win more to kind of actually make him feel complete as a character. Because I mean, again, last year he was just on the losing end a lot of the time. So why not give him a win? Damian Priest can easily bounce back from a loss. And I mean, you could say the same thing about Drew, but it's just I think between the two, I would rather Drew win. But let me guys know what you think. Vash, who do you think should win, and your thoughts on the build and all that?
Appreciate you asking about the build, because this is one of the matches of the title that actually makes the most sense. If you really cut it down to the nail, this match, exactly what Walker said, that this is a year match that's been brewing. Hasn't been consistently, yes, we get that, but it has reasoning after reasoning. If you look at a paragraph, if you look at an essay back in school, kids, you had your persuasive type of supporting statement, and then you had your supporting details. We literally had Drew explaining why he wants to go one-on-one against Damian. He literally took the opportunity when it came from CM Punk. He came with the Money in the Bank, like Watkins brought up, all the choices and all the reasoning of these supporting details. I'm sorry. If I had somebody come at me like CM Punk or like Drew and come at me every single second, any chance I get is square up, hands up. So having Damian and Drew go 1-on-1 to dispar their differences is logical sense. These two people don't need a title match. They're big enough in their names. Drew has literally been in the picture for the past 5 years since the pandemic. This man has worked his ass off, and I appreciate all the work he has done. Damian, same as well. He has put in the work with the Judgment Day, the Grove, All Rise, everything he has done, appreciate it. And these two men having a match is gonna cook. People should be happy that we're getting this without a title. This type of match will usually have a title on the line or sometime, but we're getting a stipulation of a street fight. I'm thankful for it. I'm happy, and we're going to have Drew McIntyre win the match because people need to remember, last time we had a stipulation of a street fight, we had Damian Priest versus Bad Bunny, and guess what? That was a match with a celebrity wrestler, and it was still great. Now we're about to have Damian Priest versus Drew McIntyre, who literally loves to fight. Fuck yeah, that's just gonna be a great match, and I'm here for it.
Yeah. All right, Drop. What do you think of the build? Who do you think's gonna win? Let us know.
So the match makes sense given the history between both of these guys because, like you guys spoke about before, this has been an ongoing thing since WrestleMania 40. Drew thought he had his moment. Damian came when the time is right, which I don't blame him. That's what you should do with the Money in the Bank briefcase. Stole the title from him, had a match at Clash of the Castle, had something go on at Money in the Bank where he tried to cash in, but things ended up didn't go on in his favor because he was currently feuding with Punk at the time. So you really need to settle the score to these guys. You really need to settle the score with these guys when it comes to, you know, Damian Priest being at that dead end. It's like Drew's in his car trying to, you know, cruise around, but Damian's always there in every direction. So I feel like Drew needs this one mainly because, you know, he needs some momentum coming out of the event. And I feel like, you know, if someone's in your, if someone's blocking you for so long, you got to eventually find a way to overcome that obstacle. And I feel like it just makes the most sense in the world for Drew to win this. And it would just make me very curious to see actually like what would the direction be with Drew moving forward, you know, post Mania, because if we're going to throw in John Cena potentially being the WWE champion, like how does it really make sense to have two heels there? So it makes me interested to seeing like the creative direction for Drew, because you would think realistically he would probably factor into something like that, unless it's a triple threat match with Randy, John, and Drew at Backlash. But I think we need to take a little bit of a break when it comes to these triple threat matches as a whole. I mean, for a period of time. But yeah, Drew just makes the most sense here. And also, like when it comes to Damian Priest, I know I've been talking about Drew a lot, but it's been like a pattern I've noticed with Damian Priest. He doesn't have bad he doesn't have bad street fight matches. He had the one with Bad Bunny that Vash brought up. He had that one with Finn Balor before he got transferred to SmackDown, and now he's having this one. So I expect this to be a great match between both of these guys. Like they're really going to bring their A game here. So Drew is definitely walking out with the W here.
Yep. Looks like the team is all for Drew here. We got 2 more matches to go through, everybody, and luckily the builds are not that great to get into them. We're gonna start first of all with AJ Styles taking on Logan Paul. The build for this, AJ doesn't really like Logan Paul. I mean, Logan Paul, correct me if I'm wrong, he did eliminate AJ from the Rumble, I think. I'd have to go back and check. I kind of blanked on that one. But, you know, Logan Paul's, he's kind of a douchebag. Cool, whatever, fine. So they're going to have a match because neither of them like each other. This, again, had some celebrity involvement with it. And we want to talk about people carrying a feud. Karrion Kross gets involved with this match. And this man has legitimately been pushing this feud on social media more than the 2 men involved with it, which is kind of crazy. But Karrion's whole thing, like the story with it is like, oh, AJ has to protect the whole essence of wrestling and blah blah blah. I think Logan Paul's gonna win because heels will win. And also I kind of want to be different from you two. As much as I'm like AJ's my boy, like he is one of my boys since I got back into it like almost 10 years ago. Um, well, I think Logan Paul is gonna end up winning. He kind of hasn't won too much lately, and so it's just to kind of justify his heelness, have him go over AJ, and just kind of push this whole story of like AJ getting his ferocity back. I think a good program afterwards is him and Cross. Like they could continue that whole aspect, and I mean maybe that could help Cross get over a little bit more because they did have a good match on Raw, you know. But I'm probably gonna go Logan here, but I will be happy to be wrong here.
Look. One
AJ's
thing
my
is,
boy.
I appreciate you, Watkins, for mentioning Karrion Kross because I'm not sure if I heard it from the stream that me and Drop was watching earlier today, or I saw on the timeline. But the phrase or the statement was, Karrion Kross is carrying more of this feud when he's not even involved or part of it. Chat, This man doesn't even have money, fraction, not even a stipulation. This man is not even a guest referee. He's not even a side. He's not even a prize like Paul Heyman. He's not even a Dominic that is part of the prize. Nothing. This man just wants AJ to win. If you remember on this previous match, on this past Monday Night Raw, AJ Styles literally did the phenomenal forearm, and Karrion Kross literally turned around, hands behind the back, got hit, smiling, and taking that 1, 2, 3 pin. So it just shows that this man is playing 4D chess, and AJ Styles just don't even know it. And one, I appreciate Karrion Kross because Logan Paul, you haven't even done any type of social media of it for this one as well. Because I remember you doing social media involving LA Knight. I remember LA Knight went to your house in a different country or somewhere else, and that was more of a feud going on. AJ Styles did a whole fucking type of gimmick of quitting and trying to trick Cody Rhodes. So AJ Styles not doing much. Logan Paul, you're a cool wrestler. I fuck with you. Good interviewer in your podcast. As a human being, that's tomato to me. But when it comes to my choice of winner, it's AJ Styles because I think the point of Karrion Kross proving that you gotta be the person, go back to your roots, show us who you are, show us the aggression side of AJ Styles. I think that's why AJ Styles is gonna win. Drop, I know you're on the same page with me. You heard the stream as well from earlier. Talk to me.
No, I agree with what you said. I feel like the story heading into this match is exactly what you said, because that's why Karrion Kross was involved to begin with. He wants to bring back that AJ Styles that's been held captive, where he hasn't really been unleashed for quite some time. And I feel like you're probably going to get that outcome within this match to really deliver there. Otherwise, Kross's involvement wouldn't make sense if they didn't capitalize on that. So that's why I see AJ Styles winning this match, because this is essentially a match just to, have on the card, and it's one of those matches that could potentially be a show stealer, which I definitely believe it has. I mean, if you want someone to bring the best out of Logan Paul, I mean, AJ Styles is right there. And I feel like when it comes to Logan's case, just like how it is every year when he has a WrestleMania match based on the ones that he's had so far, I feel like it's more about the viral moment than the outcome itself. Because if Logan loses this match, he still has that viral moment that it gets millions and millions of views. Like, he's going to do this crazy move on AJ Styles. It's going to go viral. People are going to be talking about it online. And that's his W walking out of the event. AJ Styles, I kind of feel like needs this since he came back. And I want him to have a little momentum under his belt so he could move on to something else. Possibly continuing something with Kross, or let's say, hypothetically, I'm throwing this out here. Let's say maybe he, well, that's pretty crazy. I thought about this on the spot. Maybe he does something with Rusev. Let's say Rusev's, let's say Rusev's, like,
don't tease me with a good time.
Yeah, Raw after Mania, you got Rusev out there with AJ Styles. I mean, what a great way to really bring back that guy and really put him on a spot that I probably wouldn't have talked about years ago. But I feel like AJ Styles definitely has this one, and I feel like I just really want to see him, gain a win, because it's been a while since he's had a win at like an event like this, and especially since it's Logan Paul, and they even have like a little thing at the Wrestle World I saw where you could fucking hit Logan Paul with a chair and shit.
Oh yeah,
that I saw that.
Great.
So and it's almost like the reaction itself of beating Logan Paul is just gonna put a lot of smiles on his face, and I don't feel like it's gonna hurt him in any manner, because like I said, he's gonna walk away. He's gonna walk away with that. He has his W. Once he gets that little YouTube short or TikTok that he's gonna post about all the crazy shit he's done in this match, that's his walking W right there. Oh yeah.
Yep.
AJ.
Again, I kind of want to just be different, because we've agreed on a lot of shit tonight. So I'm just like, look at Paul, because like,
well, guess what?
Because like AJ can always bounce back from it. But yes, we've got one last final match to talk about. I know everybody's
also on the same page.
Just chomping at the bit to talk about this. We've been craving.
This is our main event.
To talk about this match, the main event of the night. We got the women's tag team titles on the line. Liv Morgan and Raquel Rodriguez defending against Lyra Valkyria, your women's IC champion, mind you, and Bayley. The build for this. Let's see. Bayley and Lyra are somewhat rivals for the IC title. Great. Give them another match? Nah, we'll just put them in a tag team. Have them squash the whole tag team roster of the women to earn their shot for the women's tag titles at WrestleMania. And there you go. I think the only thing really coming out of this is which one's going to turn on which, because this team's not winning the titles. So it's really, okay, is Bayley going to turn on Lyra, or are they going to do something to make Lyra interesting and have her turn heel? Because Liv and Raquel are walking out with the titles, but I think Lyra might turn on Bayley, because Lyra kind of needs something more to her character. But
sorry,
it looks like Vash...
falling asleep.
I was gonna say, it looks like you're sleeping on the main event.
Yeah, I'm definitely sleeping on the main event of our show. I'm sorry, guys. This what I told Walker, why are we gonna have this to end the show? I literally don't give a fuck about it.
Of this reason right here. This bit right here is the reason.
Look, chat, I truly, with all respect, I love Liv. Raquel, she's great. I love Bayley. Lyra Raquel is great. We have two greats to love. That's awesome. But guess what? I don't give a fucking 1 inch of this match, not even as a fan, not even as a critic. I'm sorry, I don't. The match is gonna be cool. Me and Walker are gonna probably be entertained by it. I know it's gonna cook. It's gonna great. Liv is great. Anybody have said that she's not great before, it's because you had some type of foggy goggles. She has improved herself as a wrestler and as a promoter. She's been great. Raquel, she has been improving herself in the in-ring aspect. Promo, that's a whole different conversation, and her character. But when it comes to Lyra Valkyria and Bayley, what the fuck did you do with them, Triple H? You are a horrible booker with them in the past 6 months, because Lyra is a mid-carder in her first WrestleMania match. And as an IC champion, you're not going to present her as an IC title as well. We mentioned 3 hours ago in our show, where the fuck is Chelsea Green? Why didn't you present her as well with her own title match in WrestleMania? Yeah. But guess what? Triple H, you fumble. For sure, you fumble. 3 things is the SmackDown Street Profits not having a WrestleMania match, and you fumble the Chelsea Green U.S. title and Lyra Valkyria. And now my 4th person is Bayley. You also fumble her. You literally had a programming with her and Roxanne. And now Roxanne is going to team up most likely with Cora Jade with a stand and deliver match that was not needed. Like Roxanne, even
it's on the pre-show, by the way.
Do you really want to do this? Roxanne being on a pre-show, thank you very much for that. Extra detail that even hurts to even say on a fucking pre-show. Why? Why do we need that? Why do we need a pre-show on a Roxanne who's literally main evented, who literally held the women's title division for almost a year and some change, and you're gonna put her on a pre-show and a 1 p.m. EST title, and in fucking Las Vegas time is at 9:30 a.m. PST. What the fuck does that make sense? Bailey
Yeah.
should have deserved more. Bailey, if anything, probably could have had a round 3 match with Lyra. Their
Yeah.
second match was great. You could have had round 3. Nobody would complain. Yo, all right, cool. I know they're gonna cook a banger 20-minute match. I'm okay. Lyra's gonna probably still stay champion. That's fine. She closed the show in her own way. Lyra got her WrestleMania moment, and Bailey was presented on the show. We don't even have Nia. Nia and Candice LeRae could have gone versus Liv and Raquel. We could have had fucking an actual tag team that people was going on the timeline. Katen and Katana. They're an actual tag team. We have Zoe Stark and Shayna Baszler, who's an actual tag team over the past year. Where does it make sense, Lyra and Bailey? I'm sorry. It doesn't make fucking sense. I'm sorry for going on my long, stupid ass rant. That's passionate and stupid ass
you're
shit
fine.
on a pre-show.
Yeah.
Oh no,
man.
this match isn't on the pre-show. I was talking about the Roxanne one on the pre-show.
Oh yeah, that one. But like, I've just put all the
Yeah.
little, small bullet points on what the fuck type of moment.
Oh yeah.
This should be a pre-show match. I'm gonna say that right now.
I mean, yeah.
That too, yeah. That too. It just makes no sense.
What about you, Drop? How do you feel about all this?
I mean,
I feel good.
to be perfectly honest, it's like I'd rather see Lyra like defending her title on a one-on-one match. Like you could have done like her and Bailey at this event. You could have continued it even further because I mean it would be a rubber match. Bailey has a win over Lyra, even though it wasn't for the title on the line. And then you have Lyra having a win over Bailey, so you could probably settle the score there and then probably move on from that. But it seems like this is what they wanted to do with Liv and Raquel this season. I mean, Alexa and Nikki Cross was right there. You could have done something with that. There was a story built ever since the Royal Rumble, which is why I stated earlier, was this really the card all along? Like, it seems to me that there was like so many changes when it came to a lot of things. But yeah, here we are. I mean, I expect Liv and Raquel to win this match. They just got the titles. I expect them to have Liv walking around with some kind of gold if it isn't a world championship. So I don't really see him losing it that soon. And it all comes down to who eats the pin. And I would have to be Bailey because I wouldn't want them to do it to Lyra because, again, you're repeating the exact same thing you did last time when Bailey qualified to get into Elimination Chamber if you did that. And I'm actually going to take one positive out of this, and that comes to the future when it comes to Lyra and Bailey. Because like I spoke about earlier, when it came to Becky Lynch helping grow talent, and I was using that to stem off of like the whole Charlotte and Tiffany thing, how it should be an equal thing that Charlotte should do to help Tiffany in that sense. I feel like, honestly, I mean, people have said online that, you know, ever since Bailey turned face, she hasn't really been hitting or anything. And she did show some frustration with Lyra when she lost that match. I wouldn't be against Bailey turning heel on Lyra, and then you could potentially bring something out of that to really help Lyra in a sense, so people would actually care, because people care about Bailey. So if Bailey were to do this sort of thing, if Bailey was like about to win the match, maybe Lyra wasn't like close to helping her, something happens, and then she just fucking rose plants her, or does a Bailey to belly or just walks off, you could potentially build something with that and you could see where it goes. Because I feel like you would have to build Lyra up to a point if you were to turn her heel so people would give a shit. And I feel like you would probably have to reach her to a point where people invest in her as a babyface before they make that decision to turn her to a heel. Otherwise, it's just going to be one of those things where it's like, if she turns here, people are going to really give a shit to begin with because people aren't invested with her character. So if Bailey helps her out in that department and she does that later down the line, a year or two from now, then people would care. But I feel like this could just be like the building stages of a proper Lyra and Bailey program. Because I feel like Bailey and Roxanne was probably the original plan, but I guess things weren't going the way that they intended it to go. So
I'm not sure what happened there.
So that's what I would personally do with it, just to help grow a talent. Because I feel like, I honestly, like, as much as I love Bailey as a face and everything, I kind of liked how enjoyable she was when she was like very cocky and shit, always getting into people's faces. And maybe it's not exactly that. Maybe it's something different, because not every time someone turns a heel, they're always the same person. So it could be something different to evolve Bailey's character. But that's one positive I'm hoping comes out of it, like something proper. Maybe you can get an intriguing title program with the IC title. There's no way in hell Liv and Raquel are losing these.
My only counter with that is that just a year ago, Bailey turned face again after like winning the Rumble, and like, you know, and like with Lyra, I mean, like I agree with you. Nobody really gives a shit about her right now. Like, I mean, you hear some of the pop she's getting, like she's trying to get the crowd to like go with her song and all that. And it's like, okay, nobody's really getting behind her with that. And it's because she really doesn't have a character at all. So if you give her a character by turning heel, then you're starting to actually build something with her. Because Bailey's enough of a selfless person to really just like put herself, you know, like put other people over her and all that. And you know, you could turn that around too with her being heel and all that. It's just, I feel like it's a little too soon to turn Bailey heel again. And I think Lyra just needs a little bit more to her. And WWE, we've seen we know how they rate faces. Their faces are very, very, very bland. They know how to rate heels a lot better. You get behind heels a lot more because, hey, they're kind of cool. They're kind of neat. That's why people are kind of turning around with Dom right now, because like it's like his heel work has kind of endeared him in a way. You know, that's why people now like Roman, because like of his whole work and like his whole title run was him being a heel, and he comes back, doesn't even change at all as a character, but people are loving him and people are cheering at him, all that. So it's like WWE know how to make you feel more invested in a heel than they do a babyface, because the only thing they know how to do with a babyface is to make them a freaking underdog. And it's like, okay, you can only do that but so much, so often. And like you got to do something to just like give somebody more character. And I think in terms of like, because I think either way, one of them is turning at the end of that match, whether that's Bailey or Lyra. One of them is going to become a baddie at the end of it. It's just who's going to do it and how is this going to benefit the other person. Mainly Lyra. Like Lyra is the one that needs to benefit from all of this, I think, because
I agree.
Just what I said earlier. She needs something for her character to make people care. Because it sucks when she goes out there, she's trying to get the crowd going, and you kind of hear people going with it, but it's almost like one of those things where it's like, okay, we're going with it because it's part of the show. Whoa, like that. That's what I'm getting when I hear the crowd with Lyra. So it's like, let us care, because like people love Bailey. Like this is going to be a very hot crowd at WrestleMania. This is going to be like almost an international crowd, because a lot of people come from like around the world to come see WrestleMania. And so it's going to be a very hot crowd with Bailey. So like for Lyra to turn on Bailey like that would give her a lot of heat going forward, and just a lot of people being like, oh, why did you do it? You know, like giving her an actual reaction rather than yay, we're participating. Woo, because Lyra deserves a lot better than that.
No, I get that completely, and that's what I would want. But I'm just I'm basically building off what I said on what they're showing us on television, because as of now they haven't shown like any signs of it more than they have with Bailey getting like frustrated. If they were to go down that and they give some sort of sense behind it, I wouldn't be against it, because that was my initial thought earlier in the year when she got that title to begin with. I thought it was going to be one of those things where she's going to get tired of how she's not getting the presentation she deserves, and then we were going to fully dive into that with her, but we didn't. That's how I kind of thought with the whole thing with her and Dakota, but it never went down that direction.
Yeah.
So
is Dakota injured right now? Like,
I don't think so. I don't think so. But if it happens, I would be okay with it. But I mean, at the end of the day, they both really need something outside of a heel or face thing to just really make them stand out and be interesting again.
Yeah.
My only wild card that if one of them was gonna get pinned and it's not Bailey, it's gonna be Lyra getting pinned. It will be pinned by Raquel, and that will set a match for a rematch for the IC title.
I don't know.
That's my only wild card, just to add it. If it happens, I just want to state it in case it did, because of that reason. Raquel will be involving that IC title, maybe Backlash, or maybe the next Raw after show or something. I just want to state that real quick.
I would hope.
But still, I don't give a fuck about this match. This match should have been Alexa Bliss and Nikki Cross as well.
That's what I thought
that
it was going to be.
that we could have gotten. Many of us, I know, Drop and Watkins said this back after Royal Rumble, like, hey, Alexa Bliss didn't win, but you know we have Liv right now, the winner. We also had Elimination Chamber, Alexa Bliss being part of that, but then everything went cold air, cold feet. Nothing was going on, so like we had these two people that are not an actual fucking tag team partners, but were rivals, and we had actual partners that could have been. I'm just saying, Katana and Kaden, best choice.
Either way, as you guys saw, we talked more about the aftermath of the match than the match itself. That's basically what we care about more, it seems like here. But I mean, with that, I mean, speaking of aftermaths, that's it. That was our show. I mean, we went about 4 hours. It looks like we had about
8 minutes. Yeah,
a little over 100 people shopping in to check out what we had to say. So 109.
Yeah.
All right, great. Well, thank you so much for the 109 of you that stopped by just to kind of hear three weebs talk about what we think about WrestleMania. We went through the build, we went through all the matches, we praised a lot of things, we complained a lot about a lot of things, but I think we're in for a big weekend. I know a lot of people have said, "Oh yeah, some Mania builds, kind of lead to a really good WrestleMania," which, hey, that could happen too, or we could be in for a lot of disappointment. I'm not one to say either or. I'm more excited than anything because I think we're going to get a lot of good matches and a lot of good stories. Because I know one way I kind of look, because a lot of people think of WrestleMania as like a season finale, where like I'm kind of half and half with it. It's just like on one half, there is the season finale part of it.
Yeah.
But there's also kind of like the season premiere with it, because like we also get a lot of like stories coming out of WrestleMania that kind of build throughout the year. I mean, a good example of that is the Drew Damian Priest match we are getting this weekend. Like that kind of started last year, in a way, and like that was the season premiere of that, and this is the season finale of it, or it could just be the beginning of what they're about to do. So we talked a lot. This was one of our longest streams so far on the show, which great, awesome. I think we had a lot of good conversation, a lot of good points of views, different aspects of how we see all these matches. Guys, do you have any final words before we log off here?
Drop. Even may go first. I want to say this was a great stream. I appreciate for everyone tuning in. 112 now people are tuning in. We appreciate everyone. The more that we grow, the more that we don't mind having these 3-4 hour streams, as long as that you guys are involved, writing chats, writing comments in the future, super chats, all these things that we'd love to support, because this is something that we love to do, and we'd love to make this as a career/job for us in the future, because I already have this as a job as entertainment, but I would love to also be a full-time content creator, and this is something that we love to do all the time. And this is our first time, full year, covering WrestleMania, a fun experience. Our first time doing an actual prediction show, because last time we used to combine it with SmackDown, then after that do the coverage, and it was a lot. Now I actually have a 4-hour dedication time on a full prediction show, full dive, build, predictions, debates, or most of the time in this show we were all on the same page, so it was kind of a little different, but more analytical of what should happen, what's happening next. So it was a fun one. So chat, please let us know. Time codes will be there if you guys want to hear a bit of a different of all the takes that we said. If not, let us know your takes. Join the Discord as well. Join the community, because we do have other conversation of AEW, TNA, and such as etc. for the wrestling weekend. Me and Nick will be here for NXT Stand and Deliver as well at 1 p.m. EST our time. So stay tuned for that. That's a quick plug I want to throw in since we don't have that yet promoted, but we will do the tweets, the promotion of the pictures, the thumbnails, and all of that. So stay tuned for that. How about you, Drop? Any last words?
Honestly, like, I mean, I think we said a lot tonight, and
Yeah.
this was probably like one of our, I would probably argue and say probably one of our best streams. I mean, 4 hours, that's pretty crazy
casual,
how
too.
well we got in. But again, I get why we got to that, because it's WrestleMania. There's like 14 matches that we have to go
We
through.
warned you guys.
So
we warned you guys
it
that
made a
this-
lot of
this
sense
stream was
why.
coming.
Yeah, so it
No,
made a
like,
lot of sense
I
why
didn't
we had to
expect
head
I
down
thought
this
3 something.
direction.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I had a lot of fun with this. I'm looking forward to the weekend when it comes to WrestleMania, night 1 and night 2. Hopefully we come out with a, positive reaction, because I don't want to come on these shows and rant about certain things. I want to come out here and talk about all the good things on it. So I'm hoping, we have a good time this weekend when it comes to how things are orchestrated, which I feel like it might be one of those things, kind of like how WrestleMania 31 didn't look that crazy on paper, but then once you saw the event itself, you actually did enjoy it and you came out with a smile on your face. But yeah, you be sure to catch us tomorrow on our SmackDown coverage, which is our last SmackDown, and then we also have me and Vash for Stand and Deliver on Saturday, so that should be fun. Yeah, those are all my thoughts.
A sidecast for me and Watkins on night 1, night 2, and then we have the full coverage of the after show of Weebs of the Ring. And then who knows, maybe next week, Grappling the Week could be like an after show or like a results. How do we feel the aftermath of WrestleMania? Having our thoughts, not that it kind of simmered down. How do we feel after the whole math?
Yeah. Yep, and you'll just have to tune in to see what we end up doing next week for Grappling with the Week. But yeah, so, as you guys heard, we have tons of stuff coming out. I won't repeat any of that because, hey, the best way to kind of catch all that stuff is to make sure you follow us on all of our social medias. You got all of those handles down in the yellow below. That's Anima We Studio, the parent company. You got Legendary Vash, Drop This Box, Watkins MW. That's all of our social media accounts on most of our social media aspects or avenues and all that, and of course the handle Weebs of the Ring, as well as the hashtag Weebs of the Ring, where you can interact with us before, during, after these shows, and give us feedback, because we do want to continue improving our shows and moving forward and all that. Again, great night, great discussions had, and yeah, we're gonna take some time to thank you for listening to Grappling with the Week, and of course the Weebs of the Ring here. Before we head out, as always, social media, all that good fun stuff, be sure to do all of that. And yeah, we would love to talk to you guys. Grappling with the Week is presented by Anima We Studio. Thanks to our production team for all of your hard work. Thank you for joining us, and a special shout out to Stu. You're going to have a big weekend this weekend. Hopefully John Cena actually gives you a shout out and kind of helps you maybe get down to the ring and all that. But you helped us with our recording, and we appreciate you for always being here. So thank you. Have a good night, ladies and gentlemen, and we will see you tomorrow night for the final SmackDown, the final Raw, the final WWE event before WrestleMania. Have a good night, everybody, and we will see you then.
Thank you guys for the support. You're awesome.